interesting to watch that calendar tick off, 65, 69, 73, 76.
Okay, look like the attendees have now paused, so we can probably start the meeting.
All right, thank you. Good morning, everyone, and welcome. It is Friday, December 2nd, 2022. This is the monthly meeting of the Oregon Housing and Community Services Housing Stability Council. I'm Claire Hall, the chair, and we'll get right to business. And we're going to start off with our public comment. And we have at the moment 10 people signed up for public comment. And in addition to signing up in advance, as these folks have done, we always accept public comment in writing. And after the already scheduled speakers have had their turn, we will open things up and ask for anybody online who isn't already signed up to please, an opportunity to participate then. Just a reminder that we are limited to 3 minutes per person. And Shayola, let's get started. I believe Neil Whitaker is at the top of the list.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Just fine.
Respected members of the council, I would like to address the recent federal and local law enforcement raid at the studios at Milepost 5. Thursday, November 17th, Homeland Security Investigations and Portland Police kicked in 2 of the drug window unit doors inside the studios. Methamphetamine and fentanyl were both found and 3 arrests were made. HSI had reached out to me on November 9th about information I had provided to a Portland police detective the day prior. And so I was then able to assist with gathering the final evidence for the warrant main entry. I had just figured out the name of the ankle monitor individual that I mentioned back at this meeting in September and October, who was residing at the northwest corner of the studios for the past several months. This is the individual I had asked CDP, Guardian, and OHCS to look into. He had carjacked 2 missionaries here in Southeast Portland in March of 2020. And I'm going to read a list of his Oregon convictions just prior to him moving in. So September 9th, unauthorized use of a vehicle, which is a Class C felony, convicted. Also September 9th, 2020, attempt to commit a Class B felony, which is a Class C felony, convicted. September 9th, 2020, unlawful possession of heroin, a Class A misdemeanor for which he was convicted. August of 2019, he has robbery in the 3rd degree, which is a Class C felony conviction, and an assault in the 4th degree, which is a Class A misdemeanor conviction. And then January of 2019, he has a theft in the 1st degree, which is a Class C felony for which he was convicted. So all of that just prior to being rented to. His Texas record is way too long to read. Coin TV actually covered his carjacking in an article in March of 2020. So OHCS stated to me that it is possible to rent to someone in LIHTC housing with this record and then place them directly next door to vulnerable people in what was also recently a vibrant artist community. So I think really OHCS is failing in their stated duty to keep these low-income tenants safe because none of these people agreed to live next to violent felons. So Guardian stated on July 20th, "Hi OHCS, a full file audit of all current residents has been done and I confirm all have been screened and approved to our tenant selection plan. An applicant cannot be approved in our compliance department without this approval. I am confident that our systems prevent a move-in without proper screening and approval of same." Now, Guardian Screening Company Screeners, Inc. is still in administrative dissolution with the state of Oregon and has been since September 29th of this year, and has also been in administrative dissolution off and on for more than half of the last 7 years. OHCS assures me that these lapses in basic business licensing with the state are not a problem.
We're at 3 minutes, so if you could wrap as quickly as possible, please.
I would like to request a full transparent audit of all criminal background checks by Screeners Inc. since CDP purchased the studios. Thank you.
Thank you. Bonnie Robbins next. Is Bonnie Robbins online?
I am. I just unmuted. Hi, good morning. Thank you, Council. We appreciate the opportunity to offer comments. I'm here today to talk to you also about Milepost 5. You may wonder why we continue to come, and I imagine it might be frustrating for you, but we would like our ordinary lives back and are sad that our homes and communities are being destroyed. We know of no one else who can force the hand of the owners and managers. I've gone back and forth about how to approach this topic today. You all know the problems. There's lack of safety due to squatters, ineligible and unsafe tenants, high levels of drug selling. There's lack of any acceptable healthy conditions due to destructive behaviors by ineligible tenants and squatters, and there's no support for the arts. We know that things can be different because we've had low-income housing there for 15 years, and only since CDP bought the building have things become unsafe squalor. Little is done to rectify problems, and any changes that are made are exclusively the result almost of repeated pressure from neighbors. The sequence seems to be someone makes a complaint, you speak to the owners or managers, they tell you it's been fixed, while in truth it hasn't been. It's incredibly frustrating. And meanwhile, people are living in unsafe conditions. It seems like nobody cares and we don't understand why. So that leads us to guess. These are my explanations that I've come up with. I'm afraid to say you actually don't care. I don't think that's true. Or you expect low-income housing to be like this, crime-ridden, unsafe, and unsanitary. Or you use it to bump up the numbers of low-income units in the region by adding these to your tally. Or someone is enriching themselves from it and they don't care that it's a deteriorating, unsafe slum. I'm sure all of you have a commitment to safe and affordable housing or you wouldn't have these jobs. But I know bureaucracy can leave one feeling defeated. The sad fact is that you, CDP, and Guardian have the power to change things. This is sad because no one seems to make it happen. Milepost 5 was developed and should continue to be, as Andrea Bell says, a housing community that helps artists and creatives of all disciplines have a safe and affordable place to live. To this end, we ask, responses to complaints are real and adequate, applicants are fully screened, the only people living in the premises are those who are fully screened, no squatters, drug selling is eliminated, and that artists are prioritized and their art is supported financially since the corporations are receiving funds for the arts. Thank you.
Thank you. Ramona White. Is Ramona White online? Okay, we'll go to Corey Elia. Is Corey Elia online?
I don't see a Corey, Chair.
Okay, Richard Soljan. I'm sorry about mangling your name. Are you online? Okay, we'll go to Tom Vincent. Tom Vincent. Okay, I see Mr. Vincent has raised his hand.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Great.
you may begin when ready.
Dear Director Bell and members of the council, I'm speaking once again about the ongoing conditions at the Oregon Housing and Community Services funded Milepost 5 project that is owned by Community Development Partners. I think you've already heard about our recent Portland Police Department and Homeland Security raid. I never thought that I would live to see the day when this sort of thing was a regular event. I'd also like to note the neighborhood remains concerned about the series of emails dated August 2nd, 2022. They were obtained under the Oregon Records Act, where if someone looked at it, it would appear as if owners or their agents were attempting to manipulate the order of testimony in these meetings. That's something we'll circle back onto later. Rather, Director Andrea Bell, I'd like to share a personal action with an elderly neighbor last night after our recent well-attended meeting with the mayor's office that happened a few nights ago. This woman, who I know is older and I would say bordering on frail, she took me aside and thanked me for bringing up at that meeting that I was often worried about going outside to my car and that I would watch to see if dangerous felons were associated with Milepost 5 were walking around or in the lot, particularly a guy that in the past was reported walking around with a club over his shoulder and patrolling the perimeter, and that I felt that I could often no longer go out at night because when I returned, I didn't know who was going to be there. Andrea Bell, she confided in me that she was happy I brought it up, and the reason that she was happy is because I am a confident sounding man, and that she felt that as an elderly and frail woman, no one would listen to her. If this continues, you're going to have senior citizens who are essentially imprisoned in their own homes due to a lack of action by OHP and the owners, and caused by the felons that are associated with Milepost 5 that seem to move in at will. Andrea Bell, we don't want to hear words like that you're in conversation with, or that we are being, quote, heard, or about a 45-minute meeting that you had with a neighbor and a tenant after this going on since 2019. We want to hear exact, specific, measurable actions you have taken in the last 30 days to fulfill OHS's mandate of providing safe and affordable housing, and we'd like to hear it today. I'm well aware of the fact that OHS provides a very good service to the people of Oregon. But this is an example where I think you guys really need to step up your game. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Bradford Long.
Good morning, Council. This is Brad Long, Director of Asset Management from Community Development Partners. We understand the frustrations. This project has been difficult, and I think I understand the frustrations of the neighbors. We are feeling the effects as well. CDP and Guardian have been working extremely hard for several years to correct any issue that comes up. I am happy to note that the exterior doors project has been completed and has been very successful in terms of keeping people out. We're in the process of installing 40 security cameras. Those cameras will be tied to artificial intelligence and camera monitoring that will be monitored directly by our security provider. The security provider is still on site 11 hours a day, seven days a week. Resident services has been a good impact starting about last month. Really, it kind of kicked in. The organization Cornerstone has met with almost all of the residents, has begun community building, has done clothing drives, has installed a food pantry, and is working on a lot of other referral services, which we're already seeing the benefits of. I think those are all the things that are going on site from a corporate standpoint. We have submitted a NOFA to OHCS in order to put some much needed funds directed towards capital improvements to kind of continue to improve the overall quality of life for the residents at Milepost 5. In addition, we are working with OHCS and requesting some further assistance on refinancing to assist with the high expense load associated with the challenges that we have been facing that require additional security, additional resident services, and additional on-site staffing, plus a lot of other expenses that we've been dealing with. We do think that those expenses will continue, and we want to make sure that the project is in financially stable condition so that we can support all of those additional expenses. So anyway, a lot has been going on the corporate side as well as on the ground, and I think that's it for our update. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Rose Ojeda of CASA of Oregon. Rose.
Thank you, Chair Hall and members of the council. And thank you for this opportunity to provide public comment. My name is Rose Ojeda, and I'm the director of the Manufactured Housing and Cooperative Development Center, a program of CASA of Oregon. In Oregon, residents get the unique opportunity to compete to purchase their park when it is for sale. CASA provides a technical assistance to residents of manufactured dwelling parks who want to buy their park, and we help them form a manufactured dwelling park nonprofit cooperative to own and operate the park. I want to express our support for the Affordable Rental Housing staff's proposal to increase the subsidy limits for the preservation of manufactured dwelling parks. Over the past few years, we have seen dramatic increases in park prices and have struggled to explain to residents the need to increase their space rents in the range of $75 to $160 per month. And often our proposed monthly rent increase is in addition to rent increases park owners impose immediately prior to placing their property on the market for sale. This strategy increases park revenue and inflates the park's price, adding greater financial pressure on the residents interested in buying their parks. The proposed increase in the subsidy limit will lessen that pressure and will immediately help those parks currently in process for resident ownership. As an example of how that increase in subsidy level will help, we looked at one small park in Milwaukie, Oregon, currently being considered for resident purchase. We anticipated it would involve a challenging first resident meeting. As with the current subsidy limit, our estimated monthly space rent increase is $135 per month. With the proposed increase in the subsidy, we are now anticipating that the current park owner's space rent increase of $75 per month will be sufficient for financial feasibility. In other words, no further space rent increase will be necessary to purchase their parks, assuming all our estimates are reasonable and stay constant. Within our existing cooperative parks, about 65 to 70% of the residents are lower income and about a third are very to extremely low income. Thus, any monthly rent increase at these income levels causes great anxiety and tremendous economic hardship, especially for seniors and persons with disabilities. We want to thank the OHCS staff for making this subsidy increase recommendation and urge the Housing Stability Council's approval of this proposal for the preservation of manufactured dwelling parks. Thank you.
Thank you. Amber Cook.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning.
I'm
The
a
floor is
resident of
yours.
Mile.
I'm sorry.
Oh, thank you. I'm a
Okay.
resident of Milepost 5, the studios, the once thriving artist community that was handed over to California investors and has since fallen to a crumbling building in slum conditions, with crime and trespassers taking over the building and rents for tiny SROs raised above affordable rates. I've been giving testimony here for 3 years. I've given clear descriptions of how our renter rights are being violated every day, along with documentation of it. And have been joined by a super troop of neighbors doing the same for well over a year, in addition to fellow residents from the tenant council. But when we say, for example, the attic at Milepost 5 has open fraying asbestos that is regularly being disturbed by staff, repair people, and illegal trespassers, putting dangerous fibers into the air we residents breathe, OHCS says We called your landlord and they tell us there isn't, so case closed. So we get photo proof and submit it along with witnesses. And they say, we called your landlord and they say it's been handled. When we show them evidence it has not been handled, they then ignore us and become hostile. After a year, we finally get a DEQ agent who is right pissed that the property managed company has been lying to him repeatedly and finally forces remediation. Why did OHCS refuse our proof? How can you be a housing and community services organization and take the word of developers over proof from renters and neighbors every single time? Every crime and violation we bring to OHCS is denied and brushed off. Isn't OHCS funded by the state to ensure there is housing for everyone who needs it and that people living in that housing live in decent and safe conditions? Because in my personal experience, OHCS only gives assistance to developers and real estate investors. OHCS grants them affordable housing projects and money to acquire them and gets them tax credits for these properties, but doesn't have an eye on how they run them and if they're following the law. People at OHCS unfortunately like to say we only administer housing in LIHTC, we don't do landlord oversight. But IRS tax credits can only be granted if the landlord receiving them follows all federal, state, and local laws. So the compliance department has a clear and obvious obligation to ensure renter rights and habitability are being upheld as a necessary part of administering the lucrative tax credits to the landlord investors. So as we head out into the last month of this year, I want to respectfully ask, how can we say OHCS is doing its job and doing right by this with the state funding if renters and neighbors in these communities get no help and have no hope of justice? And what will it take for a housing authority to do right for renters in 2023? I also want to add that I also asked.
We're at 3 minutes, so if you could wrap as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Absolutely. My only last thing is, in addition to our neighbors, I want to ask on behalf of the tenant council, this independent audit of guardian screenings for the entire year. This whole thing with the screening company being owned by the owner's wife and being out of resolution and all the ineligible tenants is unacceptable. So this is our ask. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Sarah Cobain.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, just fine. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. I am a current resident of Milepost 5, the studios. Gross negligence by Guardian and CDP has made Milepost 5 a nuisance property for the city, tenants, and neighbors. Portland police groan in response to hearing the name of the property. Vulnerable people have and continue to be exposed to violent felons here because of willful wanton neglect. A tenant who was screened had been convicted of raping a minor, still passed whatever the background process is and allowed to live here. That's just one example. Since moving in this summer, I have endured ceiling collapses, possible asbestos included, stepping over passed out bodies in hallways. A used needle was left in my room because the unit was not cleaned before my move-in. Our tap water runs a series of colors from yellow to rust to brown. Human feces in the hallways. A tenant skinned an animal and left carcass parts for others to find. Assaults by tenants, assaults by squatters, domestic violence between couples, pimps with sex workers covered in bruises their makeup cannot hide. Endless needles in restrooms and the tub and shower rooms, screaming in the halls is a nightly occurrence. A very recent raid of a unit that ended in 3 arrests was mentioned earlier. This is just what I could think of off the top of my head shortly before this testimony. The very reason to live in a multiple unit building is layers of added safety in a community. The understanding that background checks are done and no harmful people are in that community. Solid background checks would begin to repair a destroyed community. Milepost 5 is out of compliance with Portland City Code and is a chronic nuisance property. For Milepost 5 to be considered habitable is shameful. This building is not secure. The door project is in fact not complete. There are right now broken doors. There used to be a waiting list for this community. I used to be on that waiting list. I am the target preferred tenant for Milepost 5. I am a professional working artist living off of exclusively my art, my certifications, my degree. My free time is reduced to begging for a safe place to live to the company that I pay for that singular task. What I'm asking is simply this: a transparent, independent, comprehensive investigation into the screening company that performs background checks for Milepost 5. Thank you.
Thanks very much. That concludes the list of people who had signed up in advance. So if
Chair
there-
Hall, we do have
Oh.
Ramona White who has logged on, and we also have an additional person.
Okay, so let's go to Ramona White first and then the other individual. Ramona White? Ramona White, are you there?
Ramona, you will need to unmute yourself.
Well, could we go to the other individual and then try to come back to Ramona?
Sure, Rick?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Just fine. Go ahead.
I actually did sign up in advance, but I had a hard time getting logged into the system, so I apologize for being late. Sorry, like I said, I had a hard time logging into the system, so I'm a little flustered. I do want to address what the gentleman from CDP said last month. A couple of things. I think one of my previous associates has brought up that the doors project is not complete. Basically, everything that he said last month is not correct. I don't know whether it's just that, Guardian is passing the information on to CDP or what's going on, but the door project is not complete. Not all the doors are secure. There's doors that, they did replace the doors, but there's one pair of double doors that has like a half-inch gap where you could easily shove a tool in and pop the door. They're not secure. There's doors that haven't had their key fob access restored. There's doors that need windows that don't have them. The security guards that he brought up, half the time they're not even on site. The security is a continuing issue at Milepost 5. It is ongoing and critical. As my previous colleague mentioned, we've been asking for an independent evaluation of the screening criteria because obviously the screening isn't getting done because we've had criminals who gotten through the screening with documented, records that should have disqualified them from being residents at Milepost 5. But even though supposedly the screening company that they hired isn't even in business right now, so how is that even possible? Basically, it's just been a layer and layer of stuff going on. And the big thing that he mentioned last month that just, pardon my French, got my goat was that it's a budgetary issue. Well, when CDP bought Milepost 5 and brought this on, they agreed to maintain the property. That is their job. So, speaking as a resident and a member of the tenant council, so what if it costs you more money? Spend the money. You guys didn't do the work to maintain the property. If it costs you a few $1 million to bring it back up to snuff, that's your fault, not ours. The taxpayers and the tenants shouldn't have to pay the price because you didn't do your job.
Okay, we're at 3 minutes. If you could wrap as soon as possible, please.
Yes, I'm sorry. Again, it's just a matter of a lot of stuff. I wanted to send in a written testimony, but I didn't get it completed. So I guess I'll leave it there. But thank you for listening. And you guys thank you for your time and have a great day.
Thank you. We'll make one more attempt with Amber Cook. Amber, if you're on the call, please unmute yourself now and you'll be able to offer public comment.
Chair, that would be Ramona White. And
Oh, I'm
she
sorry,
has,
Ramona
as
White.
she has logged off. So at
Okay,
this time, we can ask for the raise hand function for those that are on the phone. If you would like to speak, your raise hand function is *9. I have no further raised hands, Chair.
okay, then we will wrap up public comment for this morning. And now if we can have a roll call, determine if we have a quorum to conduct official business.
Thank you, Chair. Councilmember DeFantorum. Councilmember Farrell.
Here.
Chair Hall.
Here.
Councilmember Higginbotham.
Here.
Councilmember Lee.
Here.
Councilmember Mena. Councilmember Rogers.
Present.
Councilmember Sandoval.
Here.
Thank you, council members. We do have quorum today.
Thank you all very much. I'm going to forego the report of the chair today and hand things off right to Andrea Bell with the report of the director.
Wonderful. Thank you for that, Chair Hall. Good morning, council members, members of the public. It is certainly good to be in virtual community with you again. And as always, I want to appreciate all of the public comment that we have received. And just as a note of order in business, during our affordable rental housing update, per our commitment, we will continue to keep the council apprised of key matters in addition to some of what you've heard today around milepost 5, just to make sure that we are keeping the council fully apprised of all of those details. I have just a few orders of business this morning, and then I will invite Chelsea Bunch to give an update on our equity and racial justice work happening across the agency. So just first off, for just a little bit of detail and context related to some of the agenda items that you see in the agenda and your agenda this morning related to rules. So as the council knows, we as part of our standard way of engaging and as part of the council's role, we bring both programmatic and policy frameworks to the council. What you will see this morning as part of those programmatic and policy frameworks that the council has approved, you'll also see a request for approval for rules associated with those programmatic and policy frameworks. And so I want to just call that out for a point of detail. We have been working with the Department of Justice in this, and so I want to just call that out so that in case there was a question in that or whether we need any future conversation about that, I want to just note that for the council's attention. As part of a second order of business and as at the request of the council, I want to acknowledge an update to our statewide housing plan report. So we'll have an update noted on our website very soon, but I want to just provide a little bit of visibility as to where we're at with that statewide housing plan report, and then also just acknowledge if there were any questions or any areas of topic, any specific topics we want to get in. So as the council knows, under your direction, we set out a rigorous course of action noted in the statewide housing plan. We have a number of goals as part of that Breaking New Ground report. This was back in 2019, and in many ways, it feels like a very different world from 2019 to 2022 today. But as part of that, we also recognize that the criticality of the housing challenges that we are facing in all parts of the state and many of our communities are still very real and in front of us today. So I want to just acknowledge a couple of points as part of that report, and also recognize that while we have been able to make much progress, and that is collective and shared progress, that is not ours alone as a state agency to hold, we have been able to do that because of community. We have been able to do that because of the hard work, the critical feedback, the collective galvanization of all of us across the state. And so I want to just acknowledge that while this is a breaking new ground, OHCS's statewide housing plan, this is also the collective plan across the state. And so I want to just acknowledge that the progress is only made possible because of community, because of partners, because of the collective work that we have all been engaged in, and that we will continue to be engaged in the years ahead. So just a couple of details in there for the council's awareness. The agency is on track to meet its goal of 86% of households served remaining in housing for 6 months or longer. Over 1,500 Oregonians have purchased a home through OHCS programs. We've talked a lot, and we will continue to be engaged in work and making sure that we are fully living out our commitments of racial justice. And as I've mentioned previously, and will continue to say, we will not be an agency that postures to have those commitments. We want to be able to dig into the work and also recognize where we may be falling short, where there may be challenges, and where we're making progress so that we can have that full breadth of understanding. As it relates to Oregon Bond Residential Loan Program, we've seen an increase to home buyers of color from 22 to 30%. In terms of our commitment of increasing the pipeline of rural housing, we have been able to surpass that goal in over 3,600 affordable homes. And this has been largely in part due to our LIFT program, our Local Innovation Fast Track program. And then also we've talked about it a little bit here, but it's worth repeating as part of the progress that we have been able to make together. We exceeded our goal of funding over 1,200 permanent supportive homes. And then as part of our work in terms of preservation of affordable housing, we have funded the development or preservation of 25,000 homes within that 5-year period. That was our goal. And we are on track to meet that goal with over 20,000 homes in the development pipeline now. Those are a lot of numbers. It doesn't represent the full breadth of the work, but what I want to just be able to say here with council and under your direction, that it is part of our job and part of our responsibility as a state agency to hold a vision, to articulate a course of action, and to hold ourselves accountable to that course of action. Recognizing that the work that we do as a state agency, it is always meant to be grounded in our pure existence, which is to serve the people. We exist to serve the people, all people of Oregon. And as part of that work, we have to continue to wrestle with what it means to be a state agency, and also recognize that the operations of our work have to be in tune to support our aspirations. And so those are conversations from an operational component that historically we haven't always talked a lot about. But as we talk about our vision, as we talk about the goals that we plan to pursue, they will be aggressive because they need to be aggressive. And as part of that work, we will always want to make sure that we are bringing into council and bringing into the fold our commitments of racial justice, and recognizing that we still have a lot of learning to do. We still have a lot of learning to do in terms of raising our own collective consciousness. And we still have a lot of learning and work to do to make sure that as that consciousness is being raised as an agency, that that is being represented in the actual work that we're doing, and that it is actual making meaningful progress to the people that we serve in their lives. And so I want to just raise that up for the council, because that was a request to make sure that we can reserve some time to share those important updates. That report will be live here very soon. And then also, I think as part of that, as part of our work to want to make sure that we're bringing full conversations here to the council, it seems fitting that at our next month meeting that we would reserve some time to really talk about, yes, the progress, but we also want to make sure that we're talking about the challenges and where are the areas where we're running into roadblocks and where are the areas where we have intentions and maybe the impact fell short in some way. We want to make sure that we are being able to set ourselves up in a place where we can have truth and transparency so that as we go forward over the next few years and set out some achievable goals, we can understand what the last few years look like and really take a moment to take stock of that in full detail. So maybe I'll pause for just a moment to see if there are any reflections or questions from the council, both on this, but then also as we perhaps work towards a more full and honest dialogue in a future council meeting on the statewide housing plan. Councilmember Lee, I see your hand up, so go for it.
Thank you, Director Bell. Thank you for that perspective and for laying that out. That makes a lot of sense to me. What I would add is I would love for us to do this retrospective, where we are point in time and where we're going to go into the future within the framework of what does the next version of the statewide housing plan look like and take us towards the vision. I 150% support this focus on our vision and values to drive our actions and our investments. As a part of that, I want to just publicly state that I would love to invite the governor-elect and or any one of her staff people to join us at that session or any future session so that we can hear directly her interests, her agendas, and how we can be in co-creation and collaboration with her as members of the state's Housing Stability Council. So if we can figure out how to put that invitation out and frame the discussion, I would love for us to have additional time to do exactly what you are proposing. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that, Councilmember Lee. I appreciate that. I'm not seeing other hands raised or any unmuted actions at this moment. So I want to just acknowledge and appreciate the collective progress that we have been able to make. And I also want to be able to say that as we look forward to the next couple of years, this agency is preparing because we must be. It is a non-negotiable as part of our work to be prepared operationally to facilitate true, meaningful, sustainable progress that is going to, yes, continue the progress that we've been able to make, and also work beyond the bounds of what we think is possible. The criticality of the moment that we are in, the burden that so many people are facing across the state requires us to not only be bold, to think bold, but to also prepare in a really bold way as well. And so I want to just appreciate the council for your direction, all of your constructive feedback over these many years, and we are looking forward to what's ahead. So if there's no other questions or comments on that, I will just tee this up really quickly before I turn it over to Ms. Bunch. So I mentioned previously, and I think Chelsea has talked much more in depth about this, that we have over these last couple of years really asked ourselves and have been wrestling with some critical questions about what does it mean for a state agency, a government agency, to fully live out our values of racial justice in a way that is measurable and that we can see within our work, in a way that is not only raising our understanding of impacts, our understanding of disparities, but in a way that is driving true power shifting, in a way that is driving us to work alongside community and to take our beat from community in terms of how we allocate resources, how we direct our work, and what does it mean to do that in a way where it isn't for the short term, but it's part of the standard way that we work. And I think what I have found as the executive director who is continuing to learn, even as a person of color, even as an immigrant. There is still so much for me to learn on an individual level. What I want to just say for the council before I turn it over to Ms. Bunch, who has really paved the way for us in so many ways, is it requires us to be comfortable with understanding and being able to verbalize the things that we don't know. It is important for us to be able to acknowledge the things that we don't know so that as we seek to engage in learning, we can also recognize that we need to do some transformative work in order to yield different outcomes. And so I want to just have some time to invite Chelsea Bunch to talk about the work that we are engaged in, which is directly part of the exact work that we were talking about as part of our statewide housing plan and the future work, the current and future work that we are engaged in increasing housing solutions. Okay, Councilmember Sandoval, before I turn it over to Ms. Bunch, I just saw your hand, so please.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so I think something that's really important to consider is that in terms of racial justice, so I look at it in two ways. One is from a redistribution perspective, which basically means resources and money, and the other one through a recognition perspective, right? And I think as a council, we really have to acknowledge how well we've done in terms of recognition. If you look at the people that sit on this council, it's one of the most diverse, councils, I think, in state government, in terms of ethnicity, in terms of race, in terms of gender, sexuality. I mean, everything. So I think that's really something that we really have to take ownership of and really reflect on.
There's so much I would say, and I will just say thank you, and I much appreciation for your acknowledgement of that, Councilmember Sandoval. Ms. Bunch, I will turn the floor over to you.
Awesome. Thanks, Director Bell. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Chair Hall, council members, Director Bell. For the record, my name is Chelsea Bunch. I use she, her, hers pronouns, and I am our agency's Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Officer. It's really great to be back with you in community. Happy Friday. As Andrea mentioned, I just wanted to share a bit of an update on some of the work that we're doing with our leadership. And I'm so thankful, Director Bell, for you preparing for these kind of updates. And I want to just hone in on lots of learning to do, but also represented in the work that we do. So those are kind of the two things that I'll just quickly take a few minutes to share about. So I just want to do a quick reminder, in March of this year, our agency leadership, when I say leadership, I'm talking about positional leadership, because I want to be really clear that there are leaders all across our organization, and not all of them are necessarily in a positional leadership position, whether that be on the executive team or the management team. And I think over my time in this role in learning, I think I've really come to believe, and I think all of us as a collective leadership body have come to believe that in our positional leadership roles that we have an increased responsibility to raise our consciousness and really understand how we in our positions need to be leading with racial justice and equity at the forefront of all that we do. And as we're learning and we're raising our consciousness, it's important that we're constantly in conversation and in active, ongoing learning. And I'll just echo what Director Bell said, that even as a woman of color, as a Black woman, there's still so much for me to also learn as a leader. And so it's important for me in this role to lead from that frame of reference. So back in March, our management team, our executive team, and the co-chairs for our equity committees began working with the Center for Equity and Inclusion on that specific point. So how do we as leaders intentionally, diligently center racial justice in our work and also lead from this perspective, right? And so essentially since March, we've been in kind of a cohort style model of learning with our friends at the Center for Equity and Inclusion, who have been doing really wonderful work with us. And so we've been meeting for almost every month for a couple of days, really in deep learning sessions, really working on raising our consciousness, understanding what tools and frameworks we need to actually operationalize the work that we're trying to do. We meet very regularly with a core group of folks on our planning team to help understand what are the areas of learning, where do we need to deepen our understanding, how do we stay consistent in our consciousness raising over time beyond the 2-day sessions that we are taking part in. And really, this has been centered around building our capacity, again, and raising our consciousness. So learning and understanding language, tools, and frameworks with a critical analysis focused on race, unpacking individual, organizational, and institutional biases and systems that really disproportionately impact underrepresented folks in this state, and just generally deepening our skill set, deepening our ability to have what sometimes are uncomfortable conversations, but absolutely need to be had if we are going to transform as an agency. This has also been inclusive of coaching and consultation for our leadership. And I want to just be really clear that this is ongoing long game work. I think I shared back at an earlier council meeting, probably back in February, that it takes a long time to turn a ginormous ship. And we as an institution, as a housing institution, are a ginormous ship. And it takes time and diligence. So the work that we're engaged in is not some short-term, 1-year body of work. We actually are getting ready to move into the second phase of our work with the Center for Equity and Inclusion. And we're, we really want to continue to deepen our learning. We want to expand. So part of this phase 2 work with the Center for Equity and Inclusion is going to be expanding and bringing in new management. We've had the privilege of growing as an agency over the last many months. And so we recognize that as we bring in new managers, that we also need to make sure that they are up to speed and are stepping into the role, leading with the same values that the rest of this management team and executive leadership team are leading with. And so, I think we're talking about expansion. We also are going to be including leadership in our human resources department, which I think is a really critical next phase of our internal work. And so I'm really excited about that. And that's really going to be focused on how do we center racial justice in our HR practices and policy and vision, and really deepen the relationship between leadership, our equity office, and our HR friends in HR to really transform the employee experience and think about our internal policies and think about how we're shifting agency culture. And so again, I'm going to keep reiterating like a broken record. This is work that we absolutely have to do. If we're going to be in alignment with our values, this is the deep, hard, but right work to do. And I am all about institutionalizing good practice, and this is institutionalizing good practice. So that's the first bit. I want to just quickly talk very quickly about represented in the work that we do. So another kind of piece of work that we've been developing is the use of a racial equity analysis tool. So it's really great to raise our consciousness, and we always need to keep doing that. That is ongoing work. And there are times, there are moments when we actually have to have some tools to help us think differently about how we're building policy, how we're doing program making. Councilmember Sandoval, I want to raise up thinking about how we are distributing resources and money into community. And we really believe that our racial equity analysis tool, that a core group of leaders across, so not just leaders who are kind of in positional leadership positions, but folks in this agency who have such a vested interest and commitment to helping us operationalize our work that we do. And so we are preparing to implement the use of our racial equity analysis tool, which is a tool that really helps us slow down and be intentional about how we are building out policy and program. And when I talk about implementation, I'm not just talking about give this tool to a couple of staff folks and hope that they use it. We are really looking at how we truly resource this work in terms of staff, time, and FTE to ensure that not only are we using our tool, but that we're actually changing policy and how we do program building, because we are asking ourselves intentional questions about who's most deeply impacted in the decisions that we're making. How are we engaging community as we build out policy and program? So this is a huge new muscle, I think, for us as an agency to flex and to use. And so we're going to be on a learning journey. We are not always going to get it right, but it's really important that we do our due diligence and that we try and that we are intentional about how we do that. So just wanted to share a bit of an update with you all. I'm happy to answer any questions or hear any reflections, but it's really great to see you all today. Thank you so much. Director Bell, I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Ms. Bunch. Let me pause and see if there are any questions, reflections from council members. Go for it, Councilmember Lee.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Bunch, for the update and all of the stellar work. I would love to request a briefing for the board on the tool so that we can learn it, understand it, and use it ourselves. As you so rightly have articulated, this is not one person doing something over here. It is all of us putting our hands and our hearts to the work, and that includes the council. So I would love for the council to have a briefing on the tool, how the department is starting to use it, and for us then to talk about how we might be able to start to use it in our work so that we're really living this idea that all of our hands and hearts are in here. So thank you for the work. Thank you for the leadership, and I'm looking forward to it.
Thanks. Well, that concludes my updates. Thank you very much, Ms. Bunch, both for the update and for the continued leadership in this. This is happening because you were leading it and you were holding it. So much appreciation to you. Chair Hall, I will turn it back to you. So perhaps Chair Hall has maybe stepped away. Councilmember Lee, can I turn things over to you at this point?
Absolutely, Director Bell. Thank you. I am stepping in for Chair Hall while she needs to take care of some business, and hopefully she'll be able to pop back in once she's done with that. So we've got some decisions to make from the Affordable Rental Housing Division. Natasha, are you here?
I am, yes. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can. So I'm going to turn it over to Director, see this formality. I'm going to return it over to Natasha and let her take us through the various presentations and decisions we have to make. Natasha.
Thank you. I don't know, Acting Chair, Councilmember Lee, and Executive Director Bell. Natasha Detweiler-Davy, Director of Affordable Rental Housing here at OHCS. And so we have a full slate of activity here for us this morning. And before though getting into it, I did want to just take a minute to just have a little bit of follow-up on the public comment received this morning from Milepost 5. I do believe that Community Development Partners also has submitted some written a written update to council, so we can make sure that that gets included with public comments. And just, you know, for council to know that we are continuing to engage with Milepost 5, Community Development Partners, and Guardian, who are actively engaged to determine strategies and efforts to meet tenant needs. It has become clear, as we've discussed over the months, to both OHCS and project ownership, that there are financial and physical challenges that need to be addressed. To that end, I understand that they have completed a third-party capital needs assessment to outline the physical needs, and have submitted an application for resources for our consideration. This is something that we will be looking into and carefully considering to bring back updates to council on that in the future, in future conversations. In the meantime, they are continuing to tackle on-site engagement, have brought in on-site security, are working to update the security camera system to one that would be less vulnerable to vandalism. They have engaged with the city in pursuit of improving and responding to safety concerns. They have brought in Cornerstone to provide resident services and are hosting regular meetings on site. And as funders of affordable rental housing, we work through property owners and management to ensure program compliance and a priority for providing safe and healthy homes for tenants. We all take that commitment very seriously and are acting through our rights that we have as funders to affirm and support needed change at this property. So there's still work to be done here, and we will continue to stay on it and be focused on getting to outcomes that are acceptable. And then moving forward, and before I actually get into our affordable rental housing agenda this morning, I did also want to just, as you look at your agenda, you'll see in the homeownership, under the homeownership division report, there's reporting on the LIFT program. And I just wanted to give a little context around that because we have two LIFT programs, right? There's a LIFT program on the rental side, as well as the LIFT use of resources for homeownership development. And when the LIFT program began funding homeownership development, that development capacity was really within our affordable rental housing team. And so that's where we launched that effort. Over the years, the homeownership division has been engaging broadly to support development and have been taking over pieces of this program, starting with underwriting processes now we have transitioned over the policy and program oversight to the homeownership division. And I'm sure that Emma Shea Perfecto, our director of homeownership, will be able to share more about that at a future meeting. But since she's not here today, so I wanted to just signal that for you to just explain that that's why you're seeing LIFT items come through the homeownership division now. And that's where we'll be seeing the kind of ongoing, the programmatic updates and information about guiding that investment. I do believe that our homeownership development partners have been engaged throughout this transition of the program. I also just want to elevate appreciation for staff in our affordable rental housing division and our homeownership division for all of the work in supporting and bridging and building this transition of a really critical body of work so that we can make sure that it's seamless and that there's nothing dropped. And I think that's been accomplished, and everybody is always still in communication and tracking things, but that is an exciting change. And again, I'm sure that Emma Shea will talk more about it moving forward. And let's see, so then I think that's it for my general updates. The first item that we have up here are our 4% transactions. We have a couple, and then we'll be walking through a list of other updates, which are really implementing a lot of the work that we've talked about over the past year. So I believe if Ty. Let's see, Ty. Yeah, there's Ty. Okay, I'll hand it over to Ty. I'll just screen share in just a sec, Ty, so you can get going. Thank you.
Hey, good morning, council members, acting chair Lee, Director Bell. For the record, my name is Ty Dunson-Strain. I use he, him pronouns, production manager here just to present one transaction, 4% transaction, and also my colleague Paula Anderson is also here to talk about the second transaction, but I will lead it off with Park Avenue Apartments. It's a 98 unit building very well located in Portland, near several mass transit lines, close to the PSU campus. We as far as our ERJ metrics, we've tagged it as working towards. It's a 100%, 60% AMI building with all studios. The total construction cost is around a little over 22 million. It's a 12-story new construction. A couple of amenities to note: air conditioning in each unit, and a laundry room. The partnerships is Cornerstone Communities and the YMCA Greater Portland are going to be providing resident services. Cascade Management is going to be the property manager and working in coordination with the Y and Multnomah County Department of Human Services to do outreach to the least likely to apply and we'll have various trainings on site. The MWSP target is expected to reach an aspirational goal of 30% and for professional services, and 20% as far as construct the actual construction. Again, it meets one of our statewide housing priorities, and it's scheduled to close December 15th. And with that, I'd ask if you have any questions before we want to move on or go to the next transaction, whatever makes sense.
Ty and Shalom, maybe you can do this. We need to make decisions on them separately, correct?
No, this is a one and done for these
One and
two.
done. Okay, so let's take the questions and the comments now, and then we can go ahead and take a motion. Yeah.
Yeah, I think there was one more project to walk through, and Ty, I'm not seeing that Paula is here. I'm wondering if you would be able to speak to the
Sure.
too.
Yeah. So we're going to vote on them together.
And yeah, and then we'll vote on them together. And this is Gateway 2, and this is ordinarily our bond transactions are all 4% transactions. This is, as you might have seen in the memo, our pilot on bond recycling, which is kind of, let's see, private activity bonds is tax exempt debt. Some of our use is short term around that. And normally we don't do anything with that. They repay it and then just move forward. But there is the ability, it's technical, very wonky, but you can recycle it to be able to issue it again. It doesn't generate a 4% tax credit when it gets recycled, but it is a tool that many states use to be able to extend kind of the beneficial use of that tax exempt debt. And so this is, there's a lot of really complicated mechanics to execute a bond recycling. And so this is was an opportunity where there was some alignment and kind of connection of partnerships to have that bond recycle extend in this case. So we're kind of considering it our pilot, and that recycling is supposed to, you know, if approved, will happen later this month.
Great.
Ty, any other? You've seen the Gateway 2 project before. This was a project funded through the Lift Wildfire for a Salem project. And I don't know if Ty just did the presentation for you, but if there's any other additions you'd like to make, please do.
Yeah, no problem. I would say, you know, this is a first for OACS as a pilot. The sponsor CDP. This is the second phase of Gateway. It has Lift Wildfire funds. The total project cost for the second phase is around 40 million. Key noteworthy partnerships include Hacienda, Engage, Marion Park, Food Share. Has MOUs in place. And there's participation goals of 30% MWSB for the second phase, and other noteworthy items that we do have this as a meets our equity and racial justice our standards. And with that, we're anticipating closing this month. Other than that, I'm happy to answer any additional questions.
Great. Thank you, Ty. Council, questions, comments, or reflections on our first project in Portland, and then we'll talk about the Gateway. All right, I will make a comment that a project in Portland should be doing better than working towards racial justice and equity. A project in Portland that's in a neighborhood where Portland State University, which is a majority minority school in terms of its population, should be doing better. A project in Portland should be doing better than 30% NWESB. These are expectations that, while I have them for the entire state, we've talked a lot about where there's resources and where there are more challenges to resources, and this seems a little inadequate to me, I want to say. All right, our second project, Gateway. Comments, reflections, questions from the council. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Thank you, Barb. A second?
Second.
Thank you, Mary. Let's have a roll call.
Thank you, council members. Councilmember Farrell.
Yes.
Chair Hall. Councilmember Higginbotham.
Yes.
Councilmember Lee.
Yes.
Councilmember Rogers.
Yes.
Councilmember Sandoval.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Woohoo! Let's show a little love. All right, now we are into Terrace Manor, yes?
Yes, that is right, Chair Lee. This is a preservation transaction, and we've had our program analyst is having some technical mysterious challenges here. So we have Manager of State Development Resources, Amy Cole, who will be presenting and bringing this transaction forward today. I'll just share screens now. Go for it, Amy.
Thank you, Natasha. Good morning, Acting Chair Lee, Director Bell, and council members. As Natasha just mentioned, I am Amy Cole, the State Development Resources Manager, and I'm here this morning to talk about Terrace Manor, and I use she, her pronouns. Terrace Manor is, applied for funding through our combined combined pools open application process. The project will preserve 12 units of affordable housing. It's located in Sutherland in Douglas County. And it is considered to be working toward equity and racial justice goals. The project promotes both OHCS's affordable rental housing priority and rural priority. Terrace Manor is a USDA rural development RD we sometimes call it, project with a small balance left on their mortgage. Once that mortgage is paid off, the USDA Rural Development rental assistance contract will also expire. So by purchasing this project, by Chrisman Development purchasing this project, the sponsor will be able to re-amortize the remainder of the USDA loan and maintain the rent assistance contract for another 30 years. So the sponsors will also do some light exterior rehab of the building. We don't have demographic details for Terrace Manor because it's not part of our portfolio at this point, but it will become part of our portfolio. So the sponsors are requesting $951,425 in push pool funds for acquisition and $420,000 in preservation pool funds. So I'm happy to take any questions and otherwise ask that you consider the motion on page 21 of your materials.
Thank you, Amy. Comments or questions from the council? Commissioner Sandoval.
Yes, I had a kind of a general question on how we handle this. Because I don't see any kind of racial justice elements to this. And so I'm not sure how to evaluate it. Do we just say, like how does that work?
So I would say that right now, this is a rural development project. No services are allowed to be paid out of the operating budget, but hopefully we will be able to work with them as this becomes part of our portfolio to work toward those goals. We will do our best. It's not in our portfolio yet. So as it becomes part of the portfolio, we'll work toward that.
Yeah, and I think that that's a kind of important characteristic here as we're dealing with properties that are have exclusively been rural development resources. They have very rigorous controls over how they allow resources to be used and really don't provide any ability or latitude for service connections within their resources. And so that's something obviously we as funders have different perspective and rules around. And so would be looking for ways as we bring this into kind of get the base funding approved here and then work with them to put into an operational plan to reflect additional connections. And I think the Chrismans have been successful in the past in trying to blend that together. This is a little later of an application process, so we didn't have the kind of competitive application rigor. We had an application rigor, but it didn't require, because it was for this timely ability to be responsive to purchase and secure the opportunity. And then there'll be additional work as they go through implementing these resources. So I think I would think that we would be able to report back on what they are able to implement moving forward. That feel right, Amy?
Yes, thank you, Natasha.
Any other council members with a comment or a question? I want to say a couple of things. First of all, when we talk about racial justice and equity, that is not solely and should not be first a conversation about services. That the assumption that if a project is housing people of color, that somehow it needs enhanced services or better services or connections in the community. The opposite of that is not true, is also not true, right? Connections with community-based organizations is critical. And we should not be assuming that because we're housing people of color, that somehow we need to have service to enhance housing. So I want to be clear. I don't think there was any intention. I want to be clear about that. The second thing I want to say is simply because a project is in a rural area or has funding through the Rural Development Program does not give it a pass from working on racial justice and equity issues. And there's much, we heard about it today from Ms. Bunch, that people could be doing that doesn't cost anything other than intention and will to be able to start doing that work. And finally, I'm curious to hear what the conversation has been with this project. I completely understand it hasn't been our project. They have been operating under different expectations. However, once we take this action, they are under our OHCS oversight and our values and priorities. And I'm wondering if you all could share how you've talked with them about, hey, maybe in the past you didn't have to think about this and the other thing, and you will the moment you become one of our portfolio and receive funding here. And if that hasn't happened, I want to hear what the plan is for that.
Amy, do you have any thoughts now? I mean, I think my one thought to offer up is that we come out of this, with this approval, we end up putting in place a reservation letter, which is a reservation for resources, and that we build into that reservation letter the need for follow-up around equity and racial justice.
Perfect. Thank you.
Councilmember Lee, can I maybe just add one thing for the council to gnaw on and think about? And I just saw your hand, Councilmember Rogers, so by no means do I want to jump in front of you, and I see you. So because we talked earlier about, what we're talking about now is something that is intersectional. Rural communities and racial justice is not one or the other. They are not disaggregated. It is one. It is one being. And because people of color exist across the state of Oregon, because we're talking about this also in the context of operations and process, I would just submit that as the council is thinking through what course of action might be needed, it may be of benefit to not only bring this back to the council in terms of what the process is, but to also engage, like, what does this process look like when we have properties that are going through a process where they're coming into our portfolio, to talk about the conversations, to talk about what those expectations are, because I don't think, and I could be wrong, I don't think that's something we've actually brought to the council to actually talk about. It may be more operational focus, but I think it may be of great value because we're talking about it in the context of our racial justice goals and how that is operationalized. So I'm happy to be wrong, but I would just offer that as a follow-up if that meets the council needs, but also our collective commitments as part of our work.
Great, that sounds perfect. I think we have spoken about this briefly over the years, and I know people have been working on it. So having the latest information would be wonderful. Councilmember Rogers.
Thank you. So your comments, Director Bell, are timely because my question is around the MWESB target. So it appears to be standard language in all of the projects and saying that, they're committed to achieving this goal. But my question, or what I would like to know, is what type of conversations are being had? And what are we doing to measure if or not they are getting to a point where their commitment is? I guess I just don't want it to be okay for people who are applying to say, oh yes, this is something that I need to put in my application, and I'm gonna put it in the application, and then what are the consequences if they don't meet it, and how are we helping them be successful in order to achieve that goal? Thank you.
Thank you. Natasha, do you want to speak to that?
Yeah, I appreciate the point, Councilmember Rogers. We have a preservation program manager, but we also have a MWSB program analyst who is work to implement not only expectations but also reporting. And I think it's likely a good time as we get into the new year to do an update and report out. And Roberto, I don't know if you want to say anything additional about that work under your leadership.
Yes, I'd be happy to give some additional information here. For the record, this is Roberto Franco, Assistant Director of Development Resources and Production in the Affordable Rental Housing Division. The requirement of the MWSB and participation in the rates, I mean, we really are only in the second year of full implementation of that requirement. Having said that, and Natasha is right that when developers come and propose to us and we bring it to council, that starts the clock ticking on quarterly reports until they are completed. So our program analyst gets those quarterly reports and we can see how they're progressing towards that rate that they committed to it. When the project is done or leased up or fixed up or rehabbed, we get a final report to see a tally of what participation rate or what amount of financing went to minority and women-owned enterprises in there. So we should be able in January, I think that's our plan, and give you an update where we are with the current project that are in our portfolio for development and construction. So you'll get a sense of how we hold the developers to that commitment that they provide. In addition, our program analysts and myself included are in constant conversation with developers and how to meet that, how to address even some of the shortage of some of these businesses in rural communities and what developers are doing. And lastly, we're also having conversation with the COVID office, the Office of Business, and to see how we can get more businesses be certified as well. So we're trying to tackle it from different angles, but the main part is that, yes, we are keeping track of these commitments through quarterly reports that we get.
Thank you. Director Bell, can I make a request? If January, we're going to get a briefing on the statewide housing plan and those measures and where we're at, I'd love for us in February to get a background piece, because I know there are new council members, on our MWESB plan and work, and then where we are to date. It'd be great if, in each month we could have a little bit deeper dive on an issue of concern so that we're both educating ourselves and hearing, what our progress is, as you said earlier this morning, where we're making it and where we still have a distance to go. So if we could request for February that we do a dive into the MWESB piece, I think that would be super interesting and helpful for us.
Yeah, thank you for that, Chair Lee. Duly noted, and we will look forward to working towards that for February.
Perfect. Thank you. Any other comments or questions from the council? And if not, I would entertain a motion, please, and thank you.
I would make a motion to accept with the addition of the operational plan, including MWESB targets, racial justice and equity standards of OHCS.
Thank you so much. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I second.
Thank you, Councilmember Rogers. We've had a motion and a second. Shiloh, will you roll call us, please?
Thank you, Interim Chair Lee. Councilmember Farrell.
Yes.
Councilmember Higginbotham.
Yes.
Chair Hall. Councilmember Lee.
Yes.
Councilmember Rogers.
Yes.
Councilmember Sandoval.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Woohoo! Show them a little love.
Thank
All right,
you.
now we've got manufactured home parks.
Yes, and I believe Ed Brown is here to present the request. And this was also raised, I believe, in public comment this morning, requesting an increase or an update to the way that program limits are. So Ed, I'll hand it off to you.
Great, thank you, Natasha. And just double checking that everyone can hear me fine. Okay, I see nods everywhere. Thank you. Good morning, Housing Stability Council and Acting Chair Lee, and also Director Bell. I'm Ed Brown, Program Analyst with the Affordable Rental Housing Division. This morning, I'm presenting the motion on page 25 to approve effectively an increase in the maximum subsidy permitted under the Preservation of Manufactured Dwelling Parks program from a per space limitation to a percentage of the dwelling park's value and to include critical infrastructure repairs. This change is I believe, an improvement to the current policy. The current policy was sufficient at the time, but as we continue to grow and continue to do this work, and even as resources grow, The newly proposed limits are more responsive to market conditions and equitable in a financial sense to parks in both low and high value areas. The proposed policy change more closely aligns to newer policy that we've seen in both the LIFT and land acquisition programs. So we've seen this language work, and we're confident that this will be an improvement for this program as well. This memo does go into the fact that we have resources that have so far been difficult to allocate this past year. And we've seen census data that tells us that park values are rapidly rising. Some reporting is showing a doubling in manufactured dwelling values in the past 2 years, which does align with the broader housing market. So it's not too much of a surprise. With that, I'd say I'd be happy to speak to any questions or concerns that the council has. And if there are any comments or questions, I could provide more detail that pertain to the policy or how it'll improve the program, and then to please consider the motion.
Thank you. Comments or questions from the council? If there are none, I would entertain a motion, please.
So moved.
Thank you, Councilmember Higginbotham.
I'll second.
Thank you, Councilmember Farrell. I thought you were going to get in there. We have a motion and a second. Shalom, will you do a roll call, please?
Thank you, council members. Councilmember Farrell.
Yes.
Councilmember Higginbotham.
Yes.
Acting Chair Lee.
Yes.
Councilmember Rogers.
Yes.
Councilmember Sandoval.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Thank you. All right, we've got the qualified allocation plan, QAP, and some LIHTC recommendations, and then administrative rules around the consent agenda. And we've got just under an hour to do that in. And certainly if we take less time, we could take less time, but just sort of level setting for us, we've got, these are probably more things to chew on. So we've got about an hour to do it. And Angela, you are presenting, or yes, Angela is presenting, please.
I am. Good morning, Acting Chair Lee, council members. My name is Angela Parada for the record. I am the Senior Tax Credit Programs Manager, and I use she, her, ella pronouns. I am here this morning with a lot of news, so forgive me if I zoom through it, and feel free to ask questions. I also want to make sure that I acknowledge Jackie Santiago, our new LIHTC program analyst, is joining us, and she will be doing a portion of the presentation as well. So let me switch to presentation. Maybe, yes, share. Excellent. So everyone is seeing the presentation, correct? Okay, so let's see. Excellent. So today we're covering 3 big bodies of work that should sound really familiar. One kind of out of the woodwork news for section 2. We're going to cover our funding recommendations for the projects that are swapping out of the 4% tax credit pipeline and into the 9% pipeline. Some context and funding recommendations for some return 2022 tax credits, and an explanation about our proposed QAP updates following the many sessions of input and updates that have been brought to council over the last year. So for our 9% intervention, I think it's important to context set and remind everyone that a year ago in November, we paused the 4% tax credit program due to an oversubscription of our private activity bond resources. Just for context, for folks who may not be as familiar with the program, in order to generate 4% tax credits, you are required to pay for project costs at 50% with private activity bonds. That's how you trigger a 100% basis on that project for tax credits. So if there are no bonds, we cannot generate fours. The pausing of the program allowed us to do a lot of the level setting, ground truthing, what our assumptions were about why we were oversubscribed, and we did. We facilitated 4 different outreach sessions, held a session at the Housing Oregon conference this year, and reopened our application, our 4% application a little while ago. I'll get into the details of that. So today I'm here bringing those recommendations for projects that are getting swapped. And I just want to remind folks that the goal of this is to alleviate the pressure on our 4% and private activity bond pipeline to try and reduce the amount of projects that we're requesting those funds by offering them a different type of tax credit. The offering was consistent with the framework that was laid out at July's Housing Stability Council. We offered approximately $9 million in 2024 resources consistent with our forward allocation methods. The only projects that were considered for the swap were those who were already in the pipeline prior to the pause, or those projects that had capital funds, which is to say some other type of OHCS resource that was going to pay for the capital of their project. Projects were also required to have balanced sources and uses, meaning that all of their funds were committed, that they fit the 9% programmatic requirements, and that projects asked for the same amount of 9% credits as 4% credits, or could reasonably explain why they needed more. At that point, projects were going to be ranked by a formula that was devised called the 9% PAB ratio, which essentially took their 9% tax credit request divided by their private activity bond request to generate a ratio of savings. Our goal was to unencumber somewhere between 90 and 120 million in private activity bond resources, again, to essentially decompress that pipeline and allow for us to resume something more manageable. So between August 28th and October 3rd, we did extend our application window by a week. We received 39 application updates or new applications, and 22 of those included requests for 9% consideration. So that's to say that 22 of the folks who were either in the pipeline or who had an eligible OHCS resource asked to be considered for a swap out of the 4% pipeline into the 9% pipeline. The cumulative requests were 1,958 units, more than 43 million in 9% per request, and 38 million in 4% request, totaling 548 million in private activity bond requests. So the volume is massive. So setting context, I think it's important to recognize usually when we come with 9% recommendations, it's after a lengthy process the QAP prescribes with all of our competitive points. This is not how that functioned. These projects were already approved through some other source or were in the 4% pipeline accepted. And so we were staying consistent with forward allocation, but focusing on credit type versus project eligibility, which is what we would do in our traditional competitive scoring. Again, moving away from competitive scoring and into eligibility and ranking, which will be the new name of the game when it comes to 4% applications. There was a waiver in place for our $2 million cap because we were not committing these in a competitive offering. We were swapping. Let's see here. And then lastly, important to recognize is that many of our other OHCS resources that are competitively offered typically allow for the request of 4% pipelines, particularly LIFT and our permanent supportive housing capital offerings. There is an infeasibility and affordability periods to align between those two resources because of the requirements of the Article 11Q bonds. So you will see some discrepancy in the numbers in the presentation because what I will be having as recommended in one chart will be different than the motion, which includes a replacement of either LIFT or PSH with 9%, so that there is no inconsistency with how we actually reach the finish line. So funding scenario. Projects were ranked.
Actually, Angela, could I just interrupt here? This is this financing piece, I think, is the one that we most collectively as a council are least familiar with.
Sure.
So really appreciate the background information. Does any council member have a question for clarification or a better understanding before we get into the specifics of what we're going to do here? Okay, I think you've explained it perfectly. Thank you, Angela.
You're very welcome. All of those applications came in, updates came in, requests came in. They were ranked by that 9% PAB ratio and then reviewed for qualifications. So we reviewed to make sure that they were in the pipeline or had a qualifying OHCS resource, which removed 3 projects from consideration out of that 22 pool. We conducted financial review to guarantee balanced sources and uses, which removed 4 projects from consideration. We split out a second priority. So we really are trying to decompress the pipeline right now. So any projects that propose bond closing after June 30th were moved into secondary consideration because we were looking to solve the problem now. We removed projects that had moved forward with 4% credits while we were in the process of reviewing, which moved another 2 out, and we had 8 projects remaining. We did not have enough resources for all 8 projects, but we did have 2 of those projects that were submitted by the same applicant. So we removed one of those applications that had a lower PAB request, again, to get to that goal of decompressing as much PAB as possible. So the end result is that we're proposing these 7 projects be transferred from the 4% pipeline and recommended for the 9% allocation of 24 credits. And again, these figures are just the 9% for 4% replacement. In the packet and in the motion which follows, it will include allocations of 9% that include the replacement of either lift or PSH. Any questions?
All right, questions about the recommendation?
I will say that we did have a good mix of locations and we're really excited to see that through our scoring and ranking, we had 3 for-profits, 3 nonprofits, and a housing authority that were made the swap. Your packet includes on page 33 some of those kind of through the lens of a 9% information. Okay. So I would humbly request that council approves the 9% recommendations for the 4% swap as detailed in your packet on page 33 and on the screen. Just for reference, it does include OHTCs, which are usually offered non-competitively, and some HTF allocations, which is that Federal Housing Trust Fund. And those were sub-allocated through Metro allocations and figured we would just clean the slate on all proposed funding sources for these projects.
Comments, discussions, or motion and second? Councilmember Higginbotham.
I just wanted to recognize and say I appreciate the work that's gone into this, and also the geographic mix in this very complicated puzzle of priorities and projects. So thank you very much for doing that. It's nice to see that mix.
Great.
Thank you. Anyone else? Comment, question, or a motion?
Motion. So moved.
All right, Councilmember Rogers moves. Councilmember Sandoval seconds.
Excellent.
Let's have a roll call, please.
Thank you, council members. Councilmember Farrell,
Yes.
Councilmember Higginbotham,
Yes.
Acting Chair Lee,
Yes.
Councilmember Rogers,
Yes.
Councilmember Sandoval.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Thank you all for your incredible work on a very, very complex issue and situation. And I just want to acknowledge, it feels like we're growing and we're developing in our ability to be proactive instead of just responsive to these financial challenges that are coming here. And it just feels great. So thank you, Angela, to you and the team and everyone who's got us to this place.
Yes, definitely a team effort. Okay, so I'm gonna move forward into the second component of our presentation and yield to Jackie, who's gonna be moving through the presentation.
Thank you.
Hi all, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Good morning, Acting Chair Hall, Executive Director Bell, and members of the council. My name is Jacqueline Santiago, she, her pronouns, and I am a low-income housing tax credit program analyst. And I will be presenting the return of 9% tax credits. They are 2022 tax credits. It's unprecedented for us to receive a return of 9% credits. It's the first time it's happened. And with that, we had a lot of things to review in order to make sure that we could reallocate those credits. So for some context, we had a project that was originally funded through the 2021 NOFA, and the project team worked tirelessly to address a growing funding gap. Our department worked with the team to try to allow and approve changes to the project to aid in the reduction of that gap. But unfortunately, the gap was just too great. I think it was close to a 4 million gap, and they ultimately decided to return the credits and not move forward with the project. Because this return happened towards the end of the year, we were allowed to go through 2022 NOFAs to recommend as the next project. Most of the 2021 NOFAs that were unfunded had either already been funded through other programs like 4% or LIFT, et cetera. And so we did a review of our 2022 NOFA projects to see which ones would fit so that we could reallocate these credits. For further context, failure to allocate these credits by the end of the year would result in a loss of about 20 million in resources. You need to allocate those credits before you can do a carryover. So these credits would not have been eligible for carryovers unless they were actually allocated to a project first. And one second. And so what we did was we did a rankings review. Angela, you can go on to the next slide. So the funding of the return project was a non-Metro HUD Home PJ set aside. And what we would hope to do is to fund a project in a similar set aside. So Applegate Terrace was the highest ranking and the only project in the non-Metro HUD Home PJ set aside eligible for funding. This set aside rankings placed Applegate Terrace in first position for next funding. Statewide rankings also placed Applegate Terrace in first position for funding. You can go to the next slide. So here you'll be able to see the ones that are crossed out. You'll see 6 that were funded through the 2022 NOFA cycle. And then the next projects, one had insufficient PSH. We did not have PSH to offer. And we also did not have OHCS home funding to offer the other project, Connors Crossing. And then Oak Manor actually got funded through LIFT and is part of the 4% swap for a 9%. So the next project on the list was Applegate Terrace, and the fact that they were the highest ranking of the non-Metro HUD Home participating jurisdiction set aside. And you can go on to the next. So here you'll see that the highlighted figures have been updated since the memo. This is because a lot of the general contractors and project team members have since moved on after this project was not funded through the original 2022 NOFA cycle. So this caused a big increase in inflation costs. The standard inflation cost is usually between 9 and 15%, but because we were asking this project to kind of like breathe life back into it so late into the year, we ended up having to increase the offering for the 9% credits. And it also allowed us to be able to allocate a bulk of these credits to this project so that it could be carried over into the next year. You can. Great. So we are, unless you have any questions, we are asking for approval of the 9% recommendation for the reallocation of the return 2022 credits.
Great. Thank you, Jacqueline. Comments, questions, reflections from the council, please. I have one quick one, which is we're clear that giving back the 9% has never happened before. Is that just a result of conditions, or are we going to start to see more of these? We've been talking about inflation. We've been talking about increased costs for lumber and steel and insulation and all of these things. Since we've never seen this before, do we think this is a one-time thing, or are we going to start to see more of these really hard situations coming forward in your opinion?
I can say I certainly hope not.
Well, yeah. Me too.
If I could chime in, I think, we have had the benefit of forward allocating, and typically that evades, right? We're asking folks to build in that inflation and escalation. And I think this is honestly catch up from 2020, 2021 funding issues. But we anticipate, and I think we've talked about this at council before, where, funds are not stretching as far as they were. And I think this is hopefully a one-off where too many things conspired. And, we commend the project team for working diligently, and that of Applegate for turning around a potential offering, in 5 weeks. So it is pretty amazing to even be able to try and recover those credits.
Wonderful.
And Shirley, may I add just one additional component at
yes, please.
At the risk and acceptance of sounding like a broken record, I will sound like a broken record. So to all the things that Angela and the team have provided here, an additional thing for the council to continue to be aware of, because we are at a unique moment in time, and that moment in time is not done and behind us quite yet. So to your point, we've talked a lot about cost escalations, the increased cost of goods and services of all types, supply chain disruptions, and it simply costs more to build more affordable housing. Factual. That is the moment in time that we are at. And so to Angela's point, to Jackie's point, dollars are not stretching as far as they once did. And to that end, we are having to come up with a lot of different creative solutions to keep projects in the pipeline to pencil out, so that we can continue to open doors, so that we can reduce compression, but also reduce financial burden for people that are struggling to get by, which is a very real thing in that in the moment we're in. And so I offer that to say, we're talking about a lot of financial complexities, details of technical things, and this absolutely connects to everyday people struggling to get by and wondering whether they're going to be able to pay their rent. And that is a non-abstract experience. And I would also say, as part of that, we at the state, along with so many people across the state, so many partners, have been in active dialogue with members of Congress to really push for congressional action that we need on the 4% side, on the tax credit side, because we have made a lot of measurable strides, exceeded a lot of goals with building affordable housing. And continuation of that requires substantive policy change that we have an opportunity for now, because if not, it is going to be harder to maintain and exceed the progress that we have achieved and that people of Oregon need. So I just offer that because that will be part of our continued work and part of our continued flexibility and how we put dollars together, piecemeal things together. And we also have some very real opportunities here and now to make action that will be meaningful to people in a very, very real way.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Anyone else on the council want to make a comment? Otherwise, I would love to hear a motion.
So moved.
Thank you, Councilmember Higginbotham. A second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Rogers. A roll call, please.
Thank you. Acting Chair Lee, Councilmember Farrell,
Yes.
Councilmember Higginbotham,
Yes.
Acting Chair Lee,
Yes.
Councilmember Rogers,
Yes.
Councilmember Sandoval.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Let's show Applegate Terrace the love. Wish them the best.
Thank you.
All right, Natasha, you're third.
Yeah, I think I am.
Oh, it's you. Okay, Angela, go. Please.
Big shout out to Natasha for, facilitating a lot of our QAP input sessions and interviews. Just a tremendous amount of work to get here a year later after the 4% pause. I think we're all aware that PAB cap issues were a national reckoning. We joined 21 other states in reaching our volume cap. We facilitated engagement January through August and transitioned to really policy drafting after that. Thanks to all of the ARH leadership for their critical work with the Housing Authorities of Oregon in reaching those agreements and creating an accountability-based competitive system that doesn't look like nines. It looks very different. And so we've done our best to reflect all of those changes and agreements in the QAP update. They really boil down to these very high level kind of summary statements. So we are establishing, as was presented to council, 2 private activity bond 4% set-asides. So for the PAB allocated to OHCS will be divided between metro counties and balance of state counties. There is now an award order, much like that process of ranking and organizing applicants. It will follow suit as was presented to council, and all of that to transition away from our non-competitive continuous application into a competitive timed application that allows for some controls over readiness, which is really what we're centering projects on, needing to be able to make good on their commitments when they come in at application. We are extending affordability for 4% allocations to 60 years to mirror our 9% requirements. We have refined some of the language for our minority, women, and emerging small business requirements. Our 9%, as you're aware, have an entire scoring component that kind of finesses out those requirements. What we've done, is build those in as thresholds, and those applicants now will have additional information to disclose at application about their 4%, so that we have a much better idea of where they are in terms of their approach to minority, women, and emerging small business, and to be able to better articulate what the expectation is in meeting those requirements. We also have some brief administrative updates to our disclaimer, of course, the effective date, and some scoring language that was really kind of after public comment. Getting to that, we posted a full draft of the QAP online on October 31st. We hosted a formal public comment hearing on the 10th and closed public comment on the 13th. We did receive a few submissions after and went ahead and accepted those. Unfortunately, time did not allow for us to get the updated draft online before session, but it has received DOJ legal sufficiency, and our responses to public comment will be posted. I think they really centered on concerns about the inflexibility of timing, moving through that new accountability measures. And so we are going to build in some flexibilities in the content of the QAP for, if closings are delayed, what happens? If there is some external factor impacting that date, we want to be able to be responsive to that. So we are including some language to that effect. And I think there was a lot of concern about how we were ranking. And I think, our rankings are reflective of those folks who can request bonds, who can go to bond counsel themselves, and hopes that in having one singular path everyone is aware of all of the projects that are coming to that resource to better manage it. And I think without having that, we jeopardize the clarity for project projection into the future. So we are aiming for before year's end governor's signature on the QAP, and would ask that council approve the draft QAP as presented, or if there are any notes any council members have for authorization by Governor Brown.
Thank you, Angela. Any comments or questions on the QAP? This is something we do regularly. It is part of our largest responsibility related to our status as a housing finance agency. And we have a regular update and review and make these changes. So this is part of a due diligence and a good business practice for us. And I want to really appreciate staff going through that process, hearing what people had to say, and to the extent possible, reflecting that in the changes that we're proposing. Councilmember Higginbotham, please.
Yes, thank you. I would just like to make one really short comment about the emphasis about the split between Metro and Balance of State. And the comment really is that I think we need to give additional consideration to very rural communities. I think sometimes very rural communities get lost in the mix because they do lack infrastructure, and it might be harder for them to pull programs and funding together. So just a comment for future that I think we need to do some work around very rural organization or communities. Thank you.
Thanks.
Other comments or questions?
Yeah, Council Chair Lee, if I could just quickly so Barb's Councilmember Higginbotham's comment. We wholeheartedly agree that we need an expanded focus and strategy around working with very rural communities. And in fact, one of the program tools that we are working to really have that specific focus toward is our American Rescue Plan, home ARP resources. And I believe we plan to bring those back to Housing Stability Council for kind of a programmatic recommendation in January. And if not January, I'm sure it'll be February, but we're working through that and with a really concerted lens on making sure that there's capacity and resources to very rural communities. So appreciate that and just want to let you know, and everyone know that that is an area where we are in alignment with certainty with you on that.
Great, thank you. I appreciate your comments.
I also, Councilmember Higginbotham, noticed this when we have just a two split, it is very easy for very rural communities to be masked in that balance of state. So I'm wondering if we can ask for staff as we continue to, I know it's another data point, as we continue to track who's getting opportunity here, who we're funding here, can we also just have as for us to take a look at within that balance of state where we have rural communities and very rural communities, because it's too easy for that for very rural communities to be masked by the rural communities who also have their own challenges. But let's make sure we're actually keeping an eye on that, because just the balance of state I think is too great of an eye point on it. Other comments or questions? Angela, could you speak very briefly on, I know we've been doing work on the MWESB pieces of this. Can you speak to any changes, if there are any, related to racial justice and equity in our scoring criteria and or our processing?
Sure. So in our scoring criteria, no. We just had our update last year and our kind of general QAP update. I think we'll open that back up for conversation mid next year for an update in 2024. We'll try and space those out. But I think in terms of process for the 4%, I think we'll see the QAP outlines a much more formal responsibility of applicants to reckon with those requirements and articulate how they're getting there and potential obstacles, and also how to navigate those obstacles. A barrier is, at least for projects, we would expect them to navigate them and not stop them. So that is articulated there, again, and as a threshold component with some new articulation, thanks to Claudia Cantu, our new MWESB program analyst.
Great. I know these things have a list of things to edit almost as soon as we've approved them. Would you put the RJE measurement and criteria at the top of the to-do list for the next round?
Absolutely, yes.
I just one additional I think consideration under that umbrella is just in our the ranking process for projects applying for 4% credit. The top, there's the kind of like what resources you have in it, but then the top selection criteria, I don't think you like type. I don't remember what.
Oh, so we're calling them in a post-award order prioritizations because every now and then, there's not a clean cut on which projects based solely on that award order. So I think Natasha's articulating and absolutely right, so that our post-award order does preference culturally specific organizations sponsoring projects, so that if it lands, on a line in our first award order, that a preference would go first to culturally specific organizations.
Great, thank you. Yeah. Other comments or questions or a motion, please?
So moved.
Thank you, Councilmember Higginbotham. A second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Councilmember Sandoval. Roll call, please.
Thank you, council members. Councilmember Farrell.
Yes.
Councilmember Higginbotham.
Yes.
Acting Chair Lee.
Yes.
Councilmember Rogers.
Yes.
Councilmember Sandoval.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
All righty. Thank you, everyone, for your great work. And now we're going to close this section with the General Housing Account Program and some administrative rules. And that's Natasha, right?
That is Natasha. Yes, I thank you. Thank you, Mary Lee, Council, and Director Bell. I just, that body of work that Angela and Jackie just went through was tremendous, and I just appreciate Council working with us over this past year through that process. All of the amazing stakeholders that really stepped up to participate and engage with us. We have, set out a little bit of a different angle on using this resource. There will be some growing pains as we, try to adhere to performance and readiness and all of that. And we're committed to making that work. And I'm excited for kind of having this clarity around how we can make these commitments moving forward. And so the last item that I am here to talk about is, I believe the memo looks like it's on page 37 of your packet. And it's bringing forward our General Housing Account Program administrative rules. And this is not something that we've generally tended to bring to you regularly. As we have, embark on program development and fund offerings, Council, as kind of an expressed agreement with us, is really about wanting to give the programmatic framework and kind of thinking through the different mechanics of our fund offerings with Council and stakeholders. The way we then take all of that back and then we implement program updates and fund offerings, and those get reflected in our administrative rules, which are the kind of the layer that provides kind of the bridge between a statute and program execution. And so what we're bringing forward for you today is really just to have Council formally accept and adopt the administrative rules for the General Housing Account Program in whole. That includes some of our more recent updates within it, which is both expanded access and to our GHAP capacity resources to make sure that jurisdictions and housing authorities and tribes are directly able to benefit from those resources, which is incredibly relevant because we have some capacity offerings and RFPs that are about to hit the street, the virtual world, and communicating that around. And so I think we'll be excited to be bringing updates on our capacity offerings moving forward, but really wanted to, this was in response to public dialogue, as our capacity analyst has gone around talking to communities about what those needs are. Another component is certainly also recent updates that we've implemented into our general housing account program manual, which has expanded our ability and kind of the nuance towards interest rate settings. I think we've long had conversations around granting resources versus loaning it. When it would make sense to do, either of those things. We have identified in particular through our market cost offset resources where we are stepping in to solve funding gaps, that a project may need resources, can accept a loan, but may not have the resources to pay an interest rate on that loan because we're trying to solve the gap. And so there's a variety of circumstances where it does make sense to loan it, and it does make sense for us to, we've determined it made sense for us to be able to do that at a 0%, 1%, interest rate. And so really the adoption, the incorporation of all of this is reflecting what we understand to be our programmatic direction and intent that we have built with Housing Stability Council. And so with that, we're proposing again that council adopt the full slate of the general housing account program rules, and that those are implemented specifically, including those things that we've moved forward, which are both a series of temporary and permanent rules, and reflects that, this is a practice that we kind of retroactively understand to have buy-in around. Certainly welcome any questions or conversation around it, and if not, there is the motion on page 37.
Thank you, Natasha. Questions, comments, reflections from the council on either the in total package or any of the specific rule changes, some of which Natasha just highlighted for us? All right, I would entertain a motion, please.
So moved.
Thank you, Councilmember Higginbotham. Second.
I'll second.
Thank you, Councilmember Sandoval. Roll call, please.
Thank you, council members. Councilmember Farrell,
Yes.
Councilmember Higginbotham,
Yes.
Acting Chair Lee,
Yes.
Councilmember Rogers,
Yes.
Councilmember Sandoval.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Right on, folks. Thank you, everyone who has just presented all of this information. And I'll just second, Natasha, your appreciation. And offer it to you as well. There's such a depth of detail and finesse that has to happen here. And I appreciate all of the work that has gone into getting this package of information in front of us and for the good briefing. I think you didn't hear a lot of questions or comments because you all did such a great job in briefing us both with the package and in the presentation. So I just want to say thank you to all. It's 11:15. We are ready for a break. We are going to start the break now, and we're going to come back at 11:30 with, now Emma Shea isn't here, right? So we'll have Talia and other folks presenting for the homeownership division. Is that correct?
I believe that's true, yes.
Oh, and Kim. Okay, wonderful. So we'll see everybody back at 11:30. Good work, team. More to come. So hydrate and get a snack. We are going to start with the homeownership division, and I'm going to turn it over to Caleb Young.
Thank you so much. Acting Chair Lee, Executive Director Bell, council members, for the record, my name is Caleb Yant. I am the Deputy Director here at OHCS. And I appreciate being able to say a couple of things. Director Perfecto is unable to be at the meeting today. And so I wanted to just take a minute to recognize a letter that I believe that the council received from our partners at Housing Oregon, I think earlier this week. And I really want to elevate this because this is it's an important topic, and we really appreciate the feedback, and I really mean that in earnest. The letter asks two very specific things. It asked to extend the timeline for 2 RFAs, one that is on the street for down payment assistance specifically for culturally responsive organizations, and it also to extend the timelines for an upcoming capacity building RFA for homeownership organization. It also asked to remove a single point of contact element of our request for applications. And the short answer, just to be really clear on both of those, is yes. Yes, we absolutely intend to engage with our partners, with the legislature, to try to extend the deadlines for those. And yes, to the intent of the second point of removing the single point of contact, to the extent that we can. The intent behind that, as stated in the letter, is to ensure we're able to have open and productive conversations. And that's what we want to be able to do within the bounds of what is within our control and authority within DOJ approved procurement template documents. So just a little more context around that. And I'm going to focus mostly on the timeline extension for spending of funds on the RFAs. That was the most significant portion of that letter. We've heard this outside of just this letter received from Housing Oregon. I think we think part of our role is to be able to have these open dialogue, and that includes finding areas of shared values and alignment of intention. And it also includes sharing constructive feedback where the impact might not align with those values and those intentions that we espoused. Both of those things matter, right? And in the case that is noted in this letter, our intent was incredibly values-based and aligned between us and our partners. As an example, if council members remember the down payment assistance funding for culturally responsive organizations, that came here. It's at levels of down payment assistance we've never approved before. It's based on data and needs expressed by the voices of our partners, by voices of community. It was a very bold approach to down payment assistance as an example of the intent behind that. And the impact is the RFA has requirements, the timelines most notably, that is actually a barrier to achieving that intent. So I'd say this all because it's important that this council, that the public knows that we see that when that happens, and we fully intend to pursue the request that is outlined in that letter to work with the legislature to extend those deadlines. And we've already been in active conversations on the kind of the House side of that. And I also say that in service to, we're doing a lot of new and exciting things in homeownership. You're going to hear from our homeownership team, from Ms. Concravis here in just a minute, about some of that critical work related to the development funding. And as we do this work, we want to show up with the posture of both learning and also being responsive to feedback. So if there are any questions, I'm happy to take those. Otherwise, I will turn it over to Ms. Concravis or Assistant Director Freeman. But I wanted to acknowledge that to open up the time with the homeownership team.
Great, thank you, Caleb. Comments or questions? Then Kim or Talia, who's up next?
It's Talia's up.
Okay.
Councilor Chair Lee.
Thank you. Thank you for that introduction, Caleb. Good afternoon, Acting Chair Lee and council members and Director Bell. My name is Talia Concravis. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm an operation and policy analyst with the Homeownership Division. As you know, OHCS plans to launch a new homeownership development program, which we're calling the Homeownership Development Incubator Program, or HDIP for short. HDIP will provide a new funding source to address a dearth in housing supply by spurring the development of new homes that meet local needs, while also enhancing the capacity of developers to build homes in the future. In September, Council approved the program framework for this new program, which is resourced with general funds from the 2021 and 2022 legislative sessions. Since then, we've been working to release a NOFA, Notice of Funding Availability, that includes LIFT homeownership and HDIP funds. As we got further along in this development process, two issues emerged. legislative intent of the 2022 general funds, and OHCS's ability to spend general fund dollars beyond the biennium in which they were received. So I'll talk about those two issues, but before I go into them, here's just a quick reminder of the funding categories that Council approved in the framework. We have 5 different funding categories. The first is a homeownership market cost offset fund for LIFT projects with a current funding reservation to offset increased project costs due to unforeseen market circumstances and ensure that projects will successfully complete within the 36-month timeframe. These funds, just noteworthy is that these funds will be released in a different NOFA than the one that we're referring to today. We actually already have received 10 applications for these funds, and we're already reviewing them, and we'll provide updates to the council about this next month. The second category are supplemental LIFT funds to be awarded to qualifying LIFT applicants that demonstrate further subsidy is needed beyond the LIFT loan. Next, we have set aside grant funds for tribal and sovereign nations to support the development of affordable homes for purchase and other homeownership related projects. This could include construction, pre-development work, down payment assistance, home safety repairs, and capacity building. This was based on what we heard the tribes would like in terms of funding from the homeownership division. Development subsidies, so these are for non-LIFT qualifying projects to fund new construction of affordable housing units or conversion of existing structures into new affordable homes for purchase. So these funds will enable the development of diverse homeownership models based on the needs of communities. Awardees must sell homes to income eligible home buyers that are at or below 120% AMI, and the homes must remain affordable for a minimum of 15 years unless the applicant files for an exemption. Last, we have pre-development and capacity building grants. These are from emerging and established developers to increase the pipeline of developers receiving OHCS funding and build their capacity to develop more housing. So the first issue that I wanted to address today is the legislative intent of the 2022 general funds. As you can see here, the bill language for the 20 million says that it is for development of affordable homes for purchase. The budget language says that the 20 million for development of affordable homes for purchase is to be paired with LIFT bond proceeds authorized by Article 11Q bonds of the Oregon Constitution. As we began the program development for the HDIP program, we interpreted the word pair to mean that the funds were to be used to fill gaps where Article 11Q bonds constrain the LIFT program. Hence, if we paired those dollars with the same NOFA as LIFT homeownership and funded projects that meet the goals of LIFT but fill gaps where LIFT is unable, we would be in alignment with legislative intent. However, as we got deeper into program development, this alignment came into question, and last month we received an opinion from DOJ advising a narrower interpretation. DOJ recommended only using the funds for LIFT projects. Otherwise, we may be acting contrary to legislative intent. So our proposed action here is a revised allocation of funds to ensure that all 2022 general funds go to LIFT projects. So this is no change from the framework that council already approved, just a change to the allocations that were written in the framework. As you can see on this table, more funds have been allocated to the homeownership market cost offset fund and supplemental LIFT grants. The development subsidies category shrunk the most. And I just want to note that we'll seek legislative authority in an early session bill to allow for true soft set-asides among the general fund categories so that we have the ability to redistribute funds based on demand. So those categories that are undersubscribed, the funds could be moved to categories that are oversubscribed. But this is the allocation that we are proposing for now. And I'll go into the second issue. So the second issue relates to the nature of the funds. Typically, general funds must be spent within the biennium received. To move those funds to a separate account that will enable them to be spent beyond the biennium, we will need legislative approval. We will seek that approval in an early session bill, but in order to build our case for that bill, we'd like an accurate sense of demand for the funds. We had been messaging an expected release date of the NOFA in January 2023. That was written in our framework proposal as well. We are now proposing a release date of mid-December with a target of December 15th. This will allow applicants 2 full months to apply, but also give us time to analyze applicant requests in time for an early session bill. So those are our 2 proposals. I'll pull up the motion, but also pause for any questions.
Great, thank you. Comments or questions from the council, please? I have 2 questions. One is with the reallocation based on the advice from DOJ, can we really spend the amount that we've increased in, if you go back to that slide where the allocations are? Yep, can we really spend 12.8 in supplemental lift?
We're not sure. We know that the partners have, since the inception of the LIFT homeownership program, partners have long said that the funds don't necessarily work specifically in rural areas because the appraised values come in lower. So we're thinking that this will definitely help with increasing rural applicants. It will make those applications more viable. Since this is the first time we're offering this program and an expanded homeownership development program, we are not sure what the demand will be, but we have heard a lot of interest, and we know that our prior LIFT partners are very committed to keeping their pipeline growing and have many more projects planned for the coming year.
Great.
But good question. There's some uncertainty there.
It's a huge leap in amount of resource. My second question, if there's no one else who wants to jump in, the tribal set aside, we had been thinking of increasing that, right? And so we cannot do that now based on the DOJ recommendation?
So that's the only category that didn't change. We would like to increase that in future years. I think tribes are eligible to access all 4 of the categories that will be in the NOFA. So it's not just that they're restricted to that 5 million, it's that they're guaranteed to receive that. But I think this NOFA application round will give us a better sense of tribal demand as well.
I just want to call that out because it was a big deal when we made a set aside, and we know that set asides often work, not always, but often. And while our commitment is there, without money into the set aside, it's a little hard to see how we follow through with that. And I know that's not a staff decision, that's a legislative and a legal decision, and I want to call it out. And I know that we're continuing our discussion with DOJ around this. And my final question is, you've talked a lot about needing to go back to the legislature, desiring to go back to the legislature for greater clarity around their intent. Is there anything, and you don't have to answer it now, that the council can support as the council as we move into this legislative advocacy piece? Because this programmatic pieces we spent a lot of time talking about, and I believe that there's a role potentially for the council to be able to support staff request and recommendation. So as you and the public affairs team figure out what that path looks like, please come back to the council and ask us either collectively or individually to help weigh in and build the case and the energy for these changes, because this lack of clarity and the sort of strict legal definition is harming our values and our vision of where we want to go. Or maybe not harming, so it's slowing down where we want to go. So I just want to offer that the council is here and we need to play a role in this. Thank you.
And I'll just leave it open if Caleb or Director Bell, if you want to add anything about council support for the future bills.
Thanks, Talia, and Acting Chair Lee. I think absolutely is the initial. I think we'll have to see where and what that looks like. I think that does relate to 2 things. I would say first on the supplemental lift grant question, like will we actually get applications at that amount? I think that's part of the other piece that is in this change here is making sure we have applications by the time that we go into that early session bill to be able to have a stronger case, to be able to say, listen, if we weren't able to get supplemental lifts at this amount, but we got development subsidy at a higher amount. And so that makes our case that much better to be able to fund those development subsidies places where and get that legislative change. And I think that the voice of individual or the collective council in those conversations, frankly, will be critical. And I think that goes back to alignment between our intent and the work that we are doing to at times go at the right pace to be able to understand the right way of doing things and what that actually means to have intentionally values-based programs. So.
Great, thank you. Anything else from the council? If not, I would love to hear a motion.
So moved.
Thank you. Councilmember Sandoval, second.
I'll second.
Oh, I saw Councilmember Farrell. So we've got a motion and a second. Let's go through a vote.
Thank you, council members. Councilmember Farrell,
Yes.
Councilmember Higginbotham,
Yes.
Acting Chair Lee,
Yes.
Councilmember Rogers,
Yes.
Councilmember Sandoval.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Thank you, everyone. Talia, the incubator rules.
Great, thank you again. And for the record, my name is Talia Concrevis. I just spoke about the Homeownership Development Incubator Program. As Director Bell mentioned at the beginning of this meeting, per guidance from the Department of Justice, all programs, even nascent ones, should have rules, and the Housing Stability Council must approve those rules. So given the imminent program launch, we're seeking to implement temporary program rules for HDIP. And since temporary rules expire after 180 days, our longer term plan is to convene a rules advisory committee and solicit more thorough public engagement to shape the rules when we were preparing for the permanent filing. So that's really all I have to say about these rules. The full temporary filing is on pages 49 through 47 in your packet. They're modeled after similar programs within OHCS. So you saw the GHEP rules today, and a lot of the categories within that, or the structure, looks the same. They include key definitions, program eligibility criteria, the structure of application procedures and the review process, and types of assistance that we'll offer through the HDIP program. So I'll open it up for questions, and the motion is also on this slide.
Thank you. Comments or questions on the requested motion? Who wants to move?
So moved.
Thank you, Councilmember Higginbotham. Who wants a second?
Before the second, oh, I'm too late. I just had a question. Am I out of order in asking the question now?
No. Let's get the second documented, and then we can still have discussion once it's been moved and seconded.
Okay.
So sounds like Councilmember Sandoval seconds. And now further discussion. Councilmember Rogers.
Yes, so you said that the temporary rules, once they are approved, will expire after 180 days. So will we need to do something after that to put them back in place? That's my question.
Yeah, great question. So we'll go through a permanent filing process, which will entail a public process. We will come back to council to ask for your approval again. It entails, we'll put together a rules advisory committee, convene that committee to talk about the rules and give us feedback. We'll also have a public hearing, so anyone can attend. And we'll be communicating with our partners that are heavily involved in this program about the rules.
Great.
Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you. Any further discussion on the motion? Let's call the roll, please.
Thank you, Acting Chair Lee. Councilmember Farrell,
Yes.
Councilmember Higginbotham,
Yes.
Acting Chair Lee,
Yes.
Councilmember Rogers,
Yes.
Councilmember Sandoval.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Right on. And the last in your trifecta.
Great, thank you. For the record, again, my name is Talia Concrevis, homeownership operations and policy analyst. And the final agenda item on the homeownership category is a proposal to increase the LIFT loan caps. So just some quick background. Historically, LIFT has been OHCS's primary funding mechanism for homeownership development. We've awarded $42 million in Article 11Q bonds to fund nearly 500 homes, which is very exciting. The next NOFA to be released soon will include $30.5 million in LIFT homeownership funds. The way LIFT is structured is that the loan amounts are based on the lesser of the appraised value of the land, plus the value of infrastructure and site work, but not including the value of the homes, or the maximum per unit subsidy identified in the applicable NOFA. Currently, that subsidy is $115,000. However, land values in Oregon have continued to rise due to demand, limited inventory, and other market factors. And this is the case across the country. Since the value of bare land varies depending on location and environmental conditions, it's hard to come up with a singular data point that captures this rise across the state, but we're seeing this reflected in industry reports, county reports on real market, land value, and evidenced by appraisals submitted by partners. For instance, we're still collecting appraisals from the 2022 funded projects, but expect that at least 50% of those applicants will be constrained by the LIFT loan cap of $115,000 per unit, meaning we're seeing their appraisals come in at anywhere from $126,000 to $215,000 per lot. And partners that plan on future LIFT applications we're seeing submitted appraisals that echo this trend. To ensure that LIFT is responsive to market trends and partners are able to leverage LIFT funds to fulfill the program goal of incentivizing development in rural communities and density in urban communities, we're proposing a LIFT homeownership loan cap increase to the lesser of $200,000 per unit or the appraised value of the land in time for the 2023 LIFT NOFA. We will continue to incentivize cost containment and project efficiency through the application scoring process. So that is our proposal. Open to questions.
Thank you. Comments or questions from the council, please? Talia, do we have any sense of what the rise of the cap to 200,000 will do in terms of number of units, impact on the number of units?
That's a great question. I'll have to get back to you on that. I will say that it will standardize the subsidy across all of our homeownership development programs. So nice. The cap for HDIP is 200,000. So this will make it so that LIFT is similar. But that's a great question and I can get back to you on that.
Great, thank you. I'm just curious, of course it will, and also understanding what that looks like. I appreciate that we're building consistency across rules and across funding sources, because I think it makes it better for our partners to know that they don't have to memorize the rules for this one and then memorize the rules for this one and then figure out the pathway between the two when they're asking for multiple funding sources. So that makes a lot of sense to me. Thank you. Anyone else? Can I get a motion?
So moved.
All right, I'm going to say Councilmember Rogers moved and Councilmember Higginbotham seconds. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Thank you. Councilmember Farrell?
Yes.
Councilmember Higginbotham?
Yes.
Acting Chair Lee,
Yes.
Councilmember Rogers,
Yes.
Councilmember Sandoval.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Yay. Talia and team, thank you so much for the due diligence here. I know that the home ownership project, there's a lot of challenges and there are a lot of moving parts, and I really appreciate the way the whole team is trying to be flexible and nimble and responsive and yet set precedent where it needs to be set there. So just thank you for all that work, and I am fully convinced that we're going to be able to continue to be on this path of meeting our goals and exceeding them eventually. So thank you for that. With that, we are going to go, I believe, to Lauren Dressen, yeah? And disaster recovery and resilience. I know we're a little ahead, Lauren, so if you need to take a moment. Oh, no, here you are.
I'm here. I'm assuming you can see my screen.
Yes.
Awesome. Good afternoon. I think we're still good morning. Acting Chair Lee, Director Bell, and members of the council. For the record, my name is Lauren Dressen. I use she, her pronouns, and I am the Chief Recovery Officer with Disaster Recovery and Resilience. So I am going to talk, we've got a couple of projects today that we're going to talk about. I wanted to start with just sort of a level setting for both of these projects, our kind of equity and racial justice considerations, not just for these two projects that we're talking about today, but for all of the projects that we are doing both with our state funds and our federal funds. So we have requirements built into all of our grant and loan agreements and contracts for equity and racial justice requirements, as well as minority, women, and emerging small business practices. And, you know, of course, I think Acting Chair Lee mentioned it earlier, or asked a question about like, how are we tracking this? We have reporting and performance tracking expectations. I am a reformed data nerd, so this is a very important part of how we are tracking progress and ensuring that the requirements that we put in place are actually being met. So that's something that is standard throughout all of the DRR projects that we are working on and will work on in the future. Additionally, we are requiring project owners. So in this case, our partner is Housing Authority of Lincoln County, and then we also have project that is a private developer, and we have required that both of these project owners utilize local partners. So in this case, it's community action agencies to do outreach and eligibility requirements through our WRRA, our Wildfire Recovery and Resilience Account program, using those guidelines to specifically address the additional hurdles that disaster survivors face, who are people of color, experiencing disabilities, low and moderate income families, and or facing language or citizenship barriers. This is a trauma-informed practice to not make people go outside of a pipeline that we have already created, and continue to leverage the relationships that they have with case managers that in some cases they have been working with for over 2 years at this point. So I just really wanted to touch on that before we jump into the specifics of the project, that this is a foundational piece of the way that we are building the contracts, the programs, the guidelines, and the expectations in these projects. So the first one we're going to talk about is our Depot Bay Townhouse project. And I want to give, I have a friend here with me today from the Housing Authority, and I want to give her a chance to introduce herself very quickly before we jump in.
Good morning, and thank you very much. Are you able to hear me okay? Excellent. I'm Karen Rockwell, Executive Director of the Housing Authority of Lincoln County. I'm about 14 weeks old in my position, and I'm very excited to be introducing this project to the group today and to be working with Lauren on it. Thank you, Lauren.
Thanks, Karen. All right. So just a quick background on this project. As you know, the 2020 Labor Day fires affected Lincoln County. The Echo Mountain fire decimated the unincorporated community of Otis, and it really exacerbated an existing lack of buildable land in this area. This has been one of the biggest challenges that we've faced in recovery in this area. Is most of the projects that we are doing at the moment are onesie twosies, a single family home on a single lot. And when land is coming available, we are often in competition with private developers. And so I wanted to add that context because we're talking about a larger project that's very exciting because it has been a challenge to find projects of this size in Lincoln County. So 288 housing units were destroyed by the fire in Lincoln County. And so that's a little bit of context of kind of what we are trying to recover to, and beyond really that just one-to-one replacement. So, and one last piece on this. So this is a state-funded project, but both of the projects that I'll be talking about today are rental projects. And I want to make sure that it's clear, we're focusing our federal funds, the CDBG DR funds really is primarily focused on home ownership. We are utilizing the flexibility of the state funds to allow us to support rental housing recovery because there were renters who lost their homes as well. And so we're trying to kind of braid those funds together to meet the needs of both of the populations who were both homeowners and renters who were affected by the wildfires. So quick project overview, and then Karen will get into the details. She knows her community so much better than I do, so she'll be able to get into the specifics about why this project is important in the community. But just a few quick things about the project. This is a 2-acre site. It's right on Highway 101 in Depot Bay. It is a 12-unit attached single-family townhome style project. All of these units will have a wildfire survivor preference attached to them for initial lease up. And the property is really for families at or below 60% AMI, with the flexibility to extend up to 80% AMI if we are struggling to find enough folks at that 60% AMI requirement. And then again, as I mentioned earlier, partnering with, in this case, it will be CSC, to determine eligibility for consistency and a trauma-informed approach, and using those vetted eligibility requirements and program guidelines through our WIRA program. And then just a quick about kind of the cost and investment of this project. So it's a $4.8 million total project cost. Our investment from OHS and what we're kind of asking for approval on today is a $3 million investment from state wildfire funds. We have already, the land has already been acquired. So the 2.6 million is in development and construction costs is what we're sort of talking about today. So, you know, quick math, there's a $1.8 million gap, and Karen is going to talk about their strategy for filling that gap as well. So with that, I will turn it over to her.
Excellent. Thank you. Again, I'm Karen Rockwell. My pronouns are she, her, and I am the Executive Director of the Housing Authority of Lincoln County. Our mission is to promote adequate and affordable housing, economic opportunity, and a suitable living environment free from discrimination. Currently, we own and manage 242 units throughout Lincoln County, and we administer the area's Section 8 voucher program. We have approximately 570 vouchers that we manage. We're very excited to be working in conjunction and informed with Lauren and her team. And I also recently was able to pull some data from the Lincoln County Workforce Housing Recovery Team that is also working on more units in our area to affect those that have been affected by the wildfires. Those that were affected were largely workforce housing, so we did keep that in mind, which is why we did talk to Lauren and her group about having the flexibility to go up to 80% of the AMI, because workforce housing is traditionally defined as between 80 and 120%. We do know that there are hardworking families in our area that are at 80 and below, and we want to make sure that they're not lost in that conversation. So reaching the right audience, as Lauren had addressed before, we are a strong advocate and partner of our Community Service Consortium, and they currently have the data and the access to the specific wildfire victims that we are looking to house through this opportunity. In our check with them, They currently have 53 households who are remained unhoused that are a result of the fires. So this is going to be a conversation we stay closely in line with them as we promote the project as we get to the end of it. We already talked about how it's going to have the flexibility to go up to 80%. And we will be working not only with Community Services Consortium, but also our area municipalities and the other social service organizations to make sure we have a broad reach and are not unintentionally leaving anyone out. It's a great location. It's a very exciting opportunity for us to expand at a much higher capacity in the Depot Bay area. And it is right off of Highway 101. So this is going to be a spot that is readily available for those who are going to be commuting. It also is a short drive to the grocery store and on a bus line. Those are things that when we're looking at affordable housing, we want to make sure that there are ways for people to get places that they need to go. And for me in general, that usually means food. So I mapped out how close it was to grocery stores. This project is also exciting because there has been another project that has been completed in Tillamook based on the same site plan. So we're going to be duplicating that Tillamook project, which is the Holden Creek Villages. And here's a picture of that completed project to give you a visual of what this one will also be looking like. And then as far as the gap funding goes, there is that 1.8 that we will be looking for gap funding. And there are a multitude of ways that we're going to approach it, including the local innovation fast track, the GAP, GHAP, the general housing account, small project development, NOFA. If we need to, we can also work with our affordable housing loan networks, for example, NOAA, or community and economic development grants and or loans. And we're really hoping this is geared toward a specific and urgent need. So we really are hoping that our timeline is between 12 and 18 months to completion.
Ms. Rockwell, I'll ask you to enter comments as soon as you can.
And with that, I think I'm actually done with, yeah. I'm done.
Right on.
Good timing. Thank you, Acting Chair Lee.
Thank you so much. All right, so we've got a motion and discussion, comments, and reflection. Councilmember Higginbotham.
Thank you. I'm just wondering, with a 2-acre plot and 12 units that you're adding to it, does that leave room for future expansion?
I'm gonna.
I don't believe this site plan does.
Hey, Barbie, just sorry, Councilmember Higginbotham, you just
fine.
you just kind of I missed something I wanted to point out too. Is this was initially supposed to be a tiny home park, interim housing, short-term housing. So this is a really big win in that way too, that we were able to figure out a way. There was some kind of restrictions from a local HOA that made that challenging for it to go forward in that way. So the fact that we're able to get permanent housing here is a really big deal. It's really different from the original scope of this project. So thanks for that question, because that is an important piece of context, that this is a big win for DRR, and I think for HALC as well.
Awesome. I love the project. I mean, it sounds like a great project.
Mm-hmm. Other comments or questions from the council, please? So I have a couple. Thank you for the presentation. So we've got 53 households that are still unhoused who are potentially in this geographic area. Are we to understand that that 53 will now be reduced by 12 when this project is complete?
That is the hope, and we put wildfire survivor preference because we know that it doesn't always all match, and we want to give that flexibility that, if when we get to the end of recovery, if there are units, we don't want any units empty. So, but yes, that is the assumption. Our hope is that all 12 of those families will be wildfire survivors.
Great, thank you. And I also just want to appreciate the reference to racial justice and equity, because we know the impact of this disaster was disproportionately and impacted households and people of color. And so our response and investment has to be disproportionate, simply to provide parity and equity. So I appreciate the ongoing attention, and I definitely am looking forward to the reporting back of what actually happens. You know, it's one thing for us to set our intent, and then I know you are all measuring and working hard, and then we want to close that loop to come back and say, well, here's where we got to, and here's where we didn't get to. So I'm looking forward to, as these units, not only this project, but all the units that we're funding here come online, we're going to get to see really clearly what we were able to accomplish outside of that intent. So thank you for that reference to it. All right, any other comments or questions on the project? I would entertain a motion, please.
So moved.
Thank you, Councilmember Higginbotham. A second.
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Rogers. Can we call the roll?
Thank you. Councilmember Farrell,
Yes.
Councilmember Higginbotham,
Yes.
Acting Chair Lee,
Yes.
Councilmember Rogers,
Yes.
Councilmember Sandoval. Thank you. I see your thumbs up. Motion passes.
Woohoo! Let's give a little love. And I'll say thank you so much, Ms. Rockwell, for coming and making the time to speak with us about it, and wish you all the best as you move forward with this important work.
Thank you.
All righty, our next project, please.
All right, so this may be a familiar project. This is the Mosaic project in Medford. This is another rental project. Just want to quickly talk about our partner for this. So our partner is a private developer project. They're based out of Portland. They're Oregon-based, values-driven real estate developer, and they really focus on delivering positive social impact and environmental outcomes. And they are a trusted partner for public and private nonprofits. They recently developed the Portland HQ for the Myra Memorial Trust. And let's see if I can say this, the Nature Conservancy's Oregon Conservation Center. And I wanted to touch on this, you know, I mentioned earlier, and I think, you know, some folks that have gone before me, that requirement of a 20% minority and women-owned business participation. I want to point out, I'm really excited about this partner because on their Myra Memorial Trust project, they were tracking at 45%. So well exceeding our requirements. So I'm hopeful that we can push them to go beyond our 20% as well and get close to this 45% for this project as well. So just this was originally approved by Housing Stability Council in October of 2021. And we have, this project has evolved, and what I am bringing forth today is changes in the scope of this project. So initially it was approved, it's the same site, the same 7.5 acre site in Medford. Initially it was approved for 148 units of workforce housing. In our restructure, we will be getting an additional 11 units. And then I want to be very clear that the dollar amount for this project, we are not asking to give any additional dollars. It is still a $10 million investment for OHCS, but instead of it being a 10-year loan at a 1% interest rate, we will be doing a $3.5 million forgivable loan and a $6.5 million loan for 10 years at 0% interest. So the investment is still the same, 10 million, but what I want to talk about is what we got from making that change. Is initially all of the units were at 120% AMI, and rents were limited to 110% AMI. There were no truly affordable units. This is a project for wildfire survivors, and there was wildfire survivor preference, but none of the units are truly affordable. Now we will be getting 20% of the units will be at or below 60% AMI and rents limited to 60% AMI. So what that translates to unit wise is 32 units with an 8-year affordability period. It is a mix of 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units. And previously in the original approval of this, there was no requirement to work with the Community Action Agency to identify wildfire survivors to live in these units. And the new requirement is that they will work with their local community action agency, so Access in this case, to identify those survivors for the reasons we mentioned before. Trauma-informed, not re-traumatizing survivors and making them go through another pathway. We've already identified them and have the information from them necessary to qualify them here. So the key factor for change here is when this project was originally approved, the key benefit of this project was that the modular units for this project would be manufactured in Jackson County. That has changed, which really opened the door for us to be able to renegotiate the project and get some affordability so that we could really see a direct benefit for wildfire survivors. And so that change has allowed us to add those 32 affordable units. So that is it. That's just those changes. We're just looking for approval on the revised project scope.
Thank you, Lauren. I have a question before we get into discussion, and I don't know if this is Caleb or Director Bell. Do we actually need to take action on this since the funding and the project haven't changed?
Acting Chair Lee, this was that we were advised that we need to bring this back to Housing Stability Council in order to be able to move forward with contracting on this.
Okay, because I often, there's often a lot of changes in terms of number of units and, timing and all of that. And all of these projects that really the production analyst and the people do once we've approved the larger allocation. And so because of these funds, we're coming into this level of detail, or?
Yeah, so maybe just a bit of a sidestep from the conversation specifically, but it's important to address this question. I had come to the council a couple months ago talking about work that I wanted to do with Department of Justice and with this council on what your authorities are.
Yeah.
Additionally, one of our legislative concepts, LC 550, does a number of changes statutorily on where you spend your time and don't spend your time, such as some of the rules that have come to you today. The council has expressed that you don't want to see that. And so there are a number of those pieces that are in flight. I'm working closely with the leadership of our Department of Justice to get that authorities document, because with new staff at OHCS, with new attorneys at Department of Justice, there are situations where we are bringing stuff to council. We are advised that we need to bring stuff to you that we know you don't want to see. Yeah. And so there's a bit of a just, frankly, bear with us as we work through this.
Perfect. Thank you very much. I assumed that was the case. And of course, we care deeply about everything. Where we turn our time and attention needs to be prioritized because there's too much all happening at once, right?
Absolutely.
That's right. And Chair Lee, I think what I would also say too is what I'm hearing from your question, and I think also from Deputy Director, is one, the need for consistency, so that as we think about our time, we can build out consistency in what we bring to you, how we use your time, how we engage, giving that the level of business and work that we are engaged in is growing, and that level of consistency is required, yes, to say the least. And I think I'm also hearing a follow-up from the previous conversations, quite frankly, that we've had, in which there was a collective interest in conversations that we had with the Department of Justice about making sure that we are operating in alignment with statutory authority and the expectations from the council. And to that end, we look forward to bringing that back to you with the priority of consistency to the council.
Perfect. Wonderful. Any other questions from the council about this motion?
So I have a question or comment.
Yes, please.
So I am excited that the number of units increase. However, my question is, what was given up? So now are the units much smaller, or was the footprint of the structure enlarged to accommodate increasing the number of units? That's the first thing. The second thing is related to the MW ESB. So this particular developer is a Portland developer. This project is in Medford. I would just like to make sure that someone has engaged with them about thinking outside of the box of how they might be able to bring those businesses that they utilize to get such a great percentage on their Portland project to Medford. So that's what I have to say. Thank you.
I can answer the first question about getting more units. So I think it's nine buildings total. And I think it really was just rearranging like where the stairwell was that was able to add a couple units here and there. So we haven't shrunk the size of the units, or, you know, there's not been a loss for tenants, I guess, just they kind of reorganized the plans of how, you know, some of those key things were situated within those buildings. And I really appreciate the comment about the minority owned and women and small businesses. That is something I want to push them to be on. I mean, 20% is our baseline, but I want to push them to go beyond that because they've demonstrated that they can do that.
Thank you. Anyone else? I'd invite a motion, please.
So moved.
Thank you, Councilmember Higginbotham. Second?
Second.
Second from Councilmember Rogers. Any further discussion? Let's call the roll.
Thank you, Acting Chair Lee. Councilmember Farrell.
Yes.
Councilmember Higginbotham.
Yes.
Acting Chair Lee.
Yes.
Councilmember Rogers.
Yes.
Councilmember Sandoval.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Woohoo!
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you for all the work. I want to just make one further comment about consistency following on from what Director Bell said. I would love to see where possible that these projects come in line or conform with more closely with how we're looking at all of the rest of the project decisions that we're making. Specifically in terms of inviting partners to come and speak to us about the merits of their project. Every project would love to have time to come and speak to us about the merits of their project. And I would indeed love to hear from people about their passionate work and what they're doing in communities. However, when some projects are able to do that and some are not, I think we've got an issue of consistency. I also think some of the work that's been so good around the production analysts and those reports around whether somebody's furthering or meeting or is in line with, you know, still needs work to do on the racial justice and equity. There's just been a lot of work that the housing development pipeline has worked, and they should be, those lessons should be being applied where possible and appropriate to these projects so that we are all looking at the same level of information, at the same level of background, at the same level of advocacy, if indeed that's what we need and want to be happening with these projects. So just want to, no response needed, but just want to lift up that more consistency here would be better, for me at least. All right, Miss Jill, you're up.
Thank you, Acting Chair Lee. I appreciate the opportunity to present to everybody this afternoon. I am Jill Smith. I am the Director of Housing Stabilization at OHCS, and I am here with, first this morning, we're going to talk about requesting your approval of administrative rules changes. It looks like you've done this a couple of times today. Giovanni Lopez and Sheila Harkins, our rules coordinator, are here with us to go through this. just to introduce what's happened a little bit, I think you've heard this a couple of times, but again, the creation of Oregon Administrative Rules, or OARs, is required for operating programs at OHCS and other state government agencies. So anytime that we create or update program rules, we have to follow very specific and deliberate public notice requirements. OHCS and Housing Stabilization has previously not brought OAR changes before Housing Stability Council unless there was a specific statutory requirement that directed us to do so. However, we were recently advised by our Department of Justice that all rule changes must be approved by the council, which is why we're here to brief you. Ms. Sheila Parkins, our rules coordinator, and Assistant Director Lopez have been very actively engaged in updating rules related to our homeless services programs in order to ensure that we are ready to timely July 1st have funding out the door into our CAA partners. So we've been very proactive and on a very aggressive timeline, which is why we made the decision to bring these before you today. And I think I would like Ms. Parkins to take you through the process that led us to this point and answer your questions. Ms. Parkins? You're muted.
There we go. Can you hear me now? Yes, okay, great. All right. I was sharing my screen here. Let me get to it. I apologize. Okay, there. I'm assuming everybody can see that. Okay. So good afternoon, council members and Acting Chair Lee. As you've heard, we are bringing these Oregon administrative rules to you today as a motion for approval. We're going to cover amendments that are taking place in the Emergency Housing Assistance, Elderly Rental Assistance, Emergency Solutions Grant, Housing Stabilization, and the State Homeless Assistance Programs. So I first wanted to highlight the extensive stakeholder review process that OHCS went through in the development of the rules. OHCS specifically targeted the Community Action Agency network, as these organizations are the ones that are impacted by the rules. In September, we had sent out 2 separate requests to solicit participation in our Rules Advisory Committee and a work group that included 67 individuals of the network and included the Community Action Partnership of Oregon. We also provided documentation that highlighted all the proposed changes. There were 12 individuals that responded from 6 separate community action agencies and included both an urban and rural communities. So in October, we held 3 separate Zoom meetings and provided 3 separate ways in which feedback could be provided to OHCS and be considered. We had robust discussions with the work group, and several points that were made about specific services resulted in OHCS amending some of the guidance. We will be posting the notice for the rule in January, and then there will be additional public comment period. And then it's our projection that we will be able to file the permanent rules in late February. The proposed amendments incorporate updated program operations manuals by reference for each program. The revisions to the manuals include improved clarity and transparency in OHCS policies and procedures. They provide better alignment with outcome-driven performance measures, and they create additional flexibilities and guidance for the use of OHCS funds. The Elderly Rental Assistance Definitions Rule amended the name of their program manual to reflect the State Homeless Funds Operations Manual, and the Unstably Housed definition was amended in all the state-funded programs to reflect an additional flexibility and broaden the available services to additional households. Additionally, we removed the requirement for subgrantees to notify OHCS when they receive an administrative review request, as it's a duplicative duplicative step in the process, and we're already notified when the final determination of the request is made. So on your screen is the amended motion for council's consideration. It does include 2 additional rule numbers that were accidentally left off of the original motion in your packet. So are there any questions?
Comments or questions from the council, please? Who would like to make the motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Councilmember Higginbotham. Who's the second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Councilmember Farrell. We have a motion and a second. Can we call the roll?
Thank you, council members.
Mm-hmm.
Councilmember Farrell,
Yes.
Councilmember Higginbotham,
Yes.
Acting Chair Lee,
Yes.
Councilmember Rogers,
Yes.
Councilmember Sandoval.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Wonderful. Thank you all for your due diligence. I know we've had a lot of conversation about just rules and the changes and what the role of the council is, and I know we're in process with this. I appreciate the due diligence and the fact that we are informing ourselves and we at least are able to say, here's where we're going and here's what we're looking at. So thank you all. And our next item is a briefing. We don't have to make a decision. And I think I am welcoming the Mr. Zimmer and the Mr. Elliott here, huh?
Well, I'm gonna kick you off,
Okay.
Acting Chair Lee. And again, for the record, I'm Jill Smith. I'm the Director of Housing Stabilization. And I'm so excited to bring you and the council and Director Bell this presentation. This actually was a suggestion of Director Bell that we bring this, and I appreciate this because it really gave us an opportunity to look back on the last few years and recognize our accomplishments as well as our learnings, and invite a partner here to talk to you about some of the amazing work that they've done. So we don't want to take too much of your time with our presentation because we want time for the partner. But let me kick this off by saying, as you know, the COVID pandemic really negatively impacted our most vulnerable people who, our lower income neighbors, more so than anyone else. And OHCS was given the opportunity to run several emergency response programs intended to stabilize low-income people and help them remain housed, safe, and stable through a really difficult time. Excuse me. This report is not going to focus on ORAP, which was over $400 million itself. We'll be bringing you an ORAP report within the next few months. This report out will focus on $230 million in other emergency programs administered by Housing Stabilization in both our energy services and our homeless services sections. And with that, I'm going to turn it over first to Mr. Elliott, our Senior Policy Analyst in Energy Services, to take you through that part of this amazing information.
I'm happy to kick it off. And good afternoon, Council, and thanks for that, Jill. And yes, my name's Dan Elliott. I haven't met all of you yet. So hello to the new members that haven't met me yet. I'm the Senior Policy Analyst for Energy Services. My pronouns are he, him, his. And so this morning I'm going to kick this off with going to provide you with a brief overview, an update on the COVID energy assistance programs that came our way, and go over a little bit of the program, high-level view of the program delivery and some of the client barriers and all the wonderful things we're learning and the adjustments and changes that we've made in the program. And I'm going to bring you into a kind of go back in the past, bring you up to a little bit to the present, and we'll talk about what our next steps are and what we're looking forward to do. And so with that, we had 2 specific programs that came to us in energy services. One we successfully completed at the end of last year, and the other one is still going. And so the one that we completed was called the Energy Assistance Stability Coronavirus Relief Program. And that was a federal program that came to us through the legislature. It was an emergency program. It was remarkable in that It was one of those programs that they left it up to the state, left it up to the program to deal with some of the flexibilities that we don't have with our federal programs in energy assistance. And it was specific to COVID impacts. And they provided $15 million. It came from the emergency federal COVID assistance. And to give you an idea, if some of us recall, we had it was emergency this, emergency that. There's still those types of things going on. We had 2 weeks. The contingency of the legislation was that we needed to get it out within 60 days. They needed it into the state. And so that gave us 2 weeks to design, develop the rules and implement it with partners and with our team. I remember working some weekends on that, but it was one of those things where we can look back with great success. We did that within 60 days, and the community action agencies not only delivered that within a year, the $15 million, but they also were able to achieve a delivery of the increased ARPA dollars that came to them as well. At the same time, these dollars came. So in that time period from July of 2020 and the emergency board that came through with that as well, we were busy, and that was it still causes a little bit of a tick in my eye when I look at it, but we've learned so much. And so that was our first program, and we've got lots of data that we've pulled in, we're culling and we're reviewing to see what we can do with future development of the next decade, what our programs can look, because we learned some pretty phenomenal things. 15 million came to that. The other one was a one-time amendment to our Oregon Energy Assistance Program, which is specific for our Portland General Electric and Pacific Power customers. And that was $10 million a year that we'll get through 2023. So that'll sunset on January 1st, 2024. And we are on par and on time for that spend out pattern. And the agencies are doing well for that. But we needed some flexibility in delivering what it was. One of the things that we found with the state, we've never been awash with so much funding and assistance specific to our programs in energy anyway, energy utility assistance and weatherization. And so have outside sources. Utilities have brought to bear their resources as well to deal with the COVID issues. And it has been remarkable to work with all of these organizations, including the Public Utility Commission and all the 7 investor-owned utilities and 38 consumer-owned utilities, to make sure we're not supplanting each other and we're not confusing the customers. We get the customers exactly what they need in that to reduce the impacts that are happening to them around the energy burden. So if you look in your package, you'll see the table in there that we have that has the program outputs for both programs. Now, one program's still going, so that is the program outputs table as it stands today. And so in the development of those programs, as we got that first round of dollars in the 15 million, we used our energy burden research that we did with OSU that we presented. I presented in front of the council before, and we used that as well as our APPRISE program evaluation that we did between 2019 and 2020, just as COVID was happening, which was robust. So we took all of that research, took the learnings from that as a baseline, looked at what we needed to do with the flexibility of our COVID initiatives, and made the changes that we needed to do. But what we really wanted to get qualified was the deep impacts that energy burden is weighed upon with communities of color. And we were able to map that out. There's a little link in there for you to take a look at as well to see that research. It still applies and is still relevant. Even during the COVID, we will be updating that map because we want to see how much difference COVID has made. We've already seen that what we did find is that the need per household, you'll see also in the notes there, the need per household was generally around $453 is usually covered on average what the energy assistance was for arrears. That doubled and tripled during COVID. And we had to predict that and set policy in place with our research. Thank goodness we had done the math the year and we're already cranking that in. So we were very quick to anticipate what the needs were. And we were spot on for that. And so we're waiting to see what that looks like as we move forward through this next year as we move along. So when we did that, one of the things to keep in mind is we wanted to look at the participation rates as well. So COVID threw a wrench in the baselines for us for energy burden as well as participation access. And so, like I said, they doubled and tripled. And so we wanted to see what kind of things adjusted to the baseline that we had established prior to COVID for an equitable distribution of our funds based upon energy burden by race. So we knew what the energy burden right by race was in communities, and we knew what the percentage of participation for an equitable distribution of those funds would look like. So we could really dial that in. So we could measure to see, is every group being served the percentage of funding that we have available that is able to meet with their energy burden by race. And so with that data we're able to monitor that. And so we're going to do that again with COVID, starting with actors of our evaluation committee for our energy assistance and our third-party evaluator, Apprise, our consultant, as well as working with the utilities and their discount rate programs, because they want this information and data too. So some of the changes that we made fundamentally, in the past, prior to COVID, the energy assistance programs were heavily scrutinized by Secretary of State's office and our HHS funder. We've instituted policies and procedures around eligibility and income documentation, which caused an issue during that time for COVID. Secretary of State's audits us twice as much as our federal funder does. They visited us for the last 8 years every year. LIHEAP is a very popular program because we get funded more, and every time we get an increase, we get a visit from the Secretary of State's office. And it's a pretty good program for Secretary of State to take a look at as far as getting through, and we appreciate the input from the Secretary of State as well. And we just finished one audit with them in September, and they're coming back because we have more funding for new funding, and they're going to be back here in July or January. I'm sorry. So one of the things is we wanted to be able to set up barriers and guidelines that weren't overly restrictive in those documentation requirements, but we wanted it to be braided well with our existing programs as well. So with that, the majority of client intakes prior to COVID were facilitated in person, right? So folks went into the offices to get that. So folks came in, and we had to have accurate income documentation required. We had to have complete applications for each instance of assistance that we were providing for them. We had to have live wet signatures required for the application, disclaimer that clients had to sign. We also required a utility bill, so they had to get the utility bill documentation and get collaboration with the utilities to provide that. Well, that all went out the window when COVID hit. There was just a demand at a remote level that most of the industry, most businesses were unprepared to provide. And so there was lots of shuffling during that. So we needed to make some changes. And so with the onset of that, we worked really diligently to stand up new emergency provisions in our programs and attempted to remove any assistance barriers for our delivery partners and clients. We needed a lot of flexibilities there across all of our energy assistance programs to alleviate those barriers so they could deliver that. But we also needed to maintain our program integrity and eliminate, we needed to mitigate waste, fraud, and abuse as best as possible, even during emergency situations. So today that's flipped on its head. We've made those changes very effectively, and the majority of client intakes now are facilitated remotely, even today. So some of the highlight changes that we made to make that possible for our agencies was that we've allowed for income documentation exceptions with documented verbal attestation from the client. So they just have to, if they can't, a lot of the information and data that the client needed, they just couldn't get a hold of. It just wasn't possible during that time. And it's still difficult to get but if they've made every effort they can during a timeline and that's well documented, we would take an exception for that. They could move forward with that client. We also developed an express enrollment allowance. So there was a little bit of eligibility with that, if they qualified for SNAP, SSI, Medicaid, TANF, they qualified for our program, for the COVID program. We also allowed for disclaimers and signature exceptions by documenting verbal signatures for folks on the line. These were radically different than what the feds would allow, but COVID allowed us for some of those things. And we needed to serve Oregonians. It needed to happen. So these were some of the provisions. Some of these things we are looking and seeing as these are actually good practices in these conditions, possibly moving forward. So we're evaluating that, those types of things as well. So the next steps for what we have is we're going to evaluate these flexibilities and look at the outputs and look at the impacts and changes that they've made to the communities that we're trying to get the most needed impacts relieved from their energy burden, And we're going to assess the risk and benefit of each of those moving forward to more equitably and effectively and ultimately efficiently target those populations that are most in need in those communities. So there's so many lessons we're learning right now and that we have learned and that we're documenting. And in January, we're going to begin the stakeholder meeting groups with our evaluation committee, as I said, and look at those findings and begin to assess what energy assistance needs to look like in program design and policy for the next decade. I'm open to
Dan.
any questions.
Yes. Questions or comments? Councilmember Higginbotham.
So I probably have a couple of both questions and comments. First of all, I wanted to say, just recognize that what a crazy time in our lives that was. I mean, we had money coming at us in waves, and we had, to stand up our staff and to go through training with new people. And it really was a crazy time for those of us who administered some of these programs, and just recognize the fact that it was as crazy for Oregon Housing. And so just want to thank you for, working with us day in and day out, and the flexibilities that that really we came up with. And without those flexibilities, it would have been very difficult to administer these programs. So with that said, I just want to put a plug in for express enrollment. I know it's not the first time you've heard that from me. We really do need to focus on express enrollment, and not to the extent where we don't want to connect with people. We do want to connect with them. That's very important. We find out other things about people when we really do that connection. So I don't want to disconnect from people, but I do want to emphasize the importance of express enrollment, and really hope that we move forward with that in mind. And I'm always a stickler for trying to mitigate fraud and abuse, but there are some of these programs that express enrollment and just following some of those good practices that we came up with during COVID. We really need to continue with that. So thank you, Dan. Thank you, OHCS staff. Jill, your folks are just awesome. So I appreciate you very much.
Thank you. And you are the representative of our community action partners here. And so I just want to take this moment to thank you and your colleagues across the state who made this work in, as you say, very trying and very difficult circumstances for the people who needed it. So thank you.
Yes, you're welcome. Thank you.
Right on. Other comments and questions?
Chair Lee, can I mention one thing? I'm full of comments today, so I just appreciate the grace. First off, I want to just acknowledge, moreover, just the leadership, the care from Mr. Zimmer, Mr. Elliott. There's so many things I could say, and I just want to say my appreciation. And I want to lift up something I think is really, really important as part of the future steps that we plan to engage in, that Dan talked about. I want to deconstruct a little bit the concept of risk, perceived risk, and who is defining risk, because I think that is a really important piece for me that is important for state government to responsibly challenge, responsibly lean into around who is defining risk and by what terms. And part of what I want to lift up is under that frame is, I think it is important to understand that, yes, there is policy risk, there's legal risk, there's all these other components to risk. There's also a risk to stagnant policy, stagnant process, and stagnant ways of using old tools for today's problems. There is very real risk. And I want to acknowledge as part of that, that risk, while we sometimes hear about it during the times that we're together, oftentimes what that risk actually means is difficulty for people that are already financially burdened, for the individuals and families that have to have the conversations each month about which bill is going to get paid and which bill isn't going to get paid. And for anybody who knows what it's like to have those conversations, that is the real risk. That is the absolute real risk that we don't always get to see at council. So I would just say that that is our commitment, and it's going to look different, it's going to feel different, and we're going to have different types of conversations. And I want to just acknowledge we need to lean into who is defining risk and what the full circumference of risk.
Well said. Thank you. Other comments or questions? Well, is there more good news that you all would like to share with us?
Yes, there's some more. And I'm going to turn it over to Assistant Director Lopez to introduce his team and our guests and take you through the second half of our presentation.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Acting Chair Lee, members of the Council, and Executive Director Bell. Really appreciate the opportunity, and thank you so much for allowing us to share the important information and the meaningful work that's already taking place. My name is Giovanni Lopez. I use he, him pronouns, and I'm currently the Interim Assistant Director of Homeless Services. As we've kind of briefed or prefaced this, we're here today to briefly provide information regarding the emergency programs that were developed in response to the COVID-19 pandemic with the funding received. At OHCS, we recognize the challenges that Oregonians faced when COVID-19 impacted our communities and how it added more barriers to those experiencing homelessness and to those on the cusp of becoming homeless. In recognizing that pressure that the pandemic put on an already strained system, OHCS pivoted to develop programs that focused on bridging the gaps that Oregonians faced to ensure we could prevent homelessness from increasing and ensure we could create more opportunities to provide supports to those seeking services. All of this was done and designed in the moment and on the fly, with the urgent need to deploy the funding to all communities across the state to ensure our partner agencies could mobilize and meet the ever increasing demanding needs. I would also like to call out and acknowledge the fact that up to that point in time, OHCS had never received anywhere near the amount of funding that it had received during that emergency period. The infrastructure, the operational workflow set in place were not designed to distribute that volume of funding quickly and efficiently for new programs. Nonetheless, OHCS rose to the challenge and was able to create new internal systems, develop programs, and deployed funding to the CAA network. In that call to action, 3 programs were created, which were the Coronavirus Rent Relief Program, the Coronavirus Safe Shelter Program, and Supporting Tenants Accessing Rent Relief Program. In combination, those investments provided funding for the provisions of rental assistance to people who experienced a loss of income, compromised health conditions, were at risk of losing their housing, were diagnosed or exposed to COVID-19, and or were displaced or unstably housed as a result of public health measures taken to reduce the spread of COVID-19. Again, combined, this resulted in over 22,000 households served and in total over 60,000 individuals receiving services. These services, again in combination, included rapid rehousing services that enabled households who were experiencing homelessness transition directly to safe and permanent housing, homeless prevention services in which people received support for rental assistance payments, assistance in paying late fees, and hotel motel voucher support. Under one program, there was a specific focus on providing supportive services to agricultural farm workers. OHCS partnered with Oregon Human Development Corporation, who is a nonprofit organization that has been providing services to farm workers and disadvantaged individuals throughout Oregon for several decades. OHDC was further able to partner with additional culturally responsive organizations such as UNETE and Pineros y Campesinos Unidos del Norte, or PECUN. This was an incredibly important partnership during a time in which individuals, some of which whom were agricultural farm workers, were hesitant and in fear to access services due to the public charge and the concerns of public charge affecting citizenship or permanent residency status. This investment and partnership overall allowed for supports to exist and be offered that otherwise would not have been accessed or would have been accessed at a lower volume. Again, these programs were designed with the flexibility to ensure that local agencies had the ability to deploy funds and supports in response to the local community needs. This allowed for both rural and urban Oregon to focus on the specific needs without the added challenges of programmatic barriers, because as we know, communities across the state have varying needs at any given moment. This shouldn't go without saying that we at OHCS experienced our own internal challenges, our own struggles. However, we learned some valuable lessons and have identified areas for improvement, which are now currently influencing the design process and how we staff our sections, influencing how we deploy funding to our partner agencies, and furthermore, are influencing how we're updating our traditional standalone programs across the homeless services section. But with that, before I jump in and take questions, I just wasn't sure if we wanted to answer. I wanted to give Ms. Akers the opportunity to also continue on, as these are just an update and extension of a full package together. And I know we're really eager to hear from our partner that has been able to join us. So with that, I'd like to pass it, if it's okay, to Ms. Akers and have her share more of that exciting information about the program that is continuing to offer support to Oregon with those emergency funds. So thank you for your time.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, please. Let's keep going and let's get to our guest.
Great. I think that's a wonderful idea too. Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Good afternoon, Director Bell, Acting Chair Lee, and members of the council. My name is Patricia Akers. I use she, her pronouns, and I am a program analyst in the Homeless Services section, focusing my efforts on the ESG CV program and the Project Turnkey program. I'd like to start today by offering some background for you all on the ESG CV program to contextualize the work currently taking place. OHCS received funding through the CARES Act, through the Emergency Solutions Grant COVID program, for the provision of preventing, preparing for, and responding to coronavirus among individuals and families who are experiencing homelessness or receiving homelessness assistance to mitigate the impact created by the pandemic. OHCS recognized that due to the scale of the crisis impacting our local communities, it was necessary to bring in additional partners, which prompted us to ask the legislature for an exception to open a competitive RFP process that allowed us to bring 28 new agencies outside of the CAA network into our fold, including local governments, community-based organizations, and culturally responsive organizations. This step revealed challenges in onboarding, training, and working with new partners with the limited staff we have. Nonetheless, we developed new processes for contracting with new entities. We revamped our training models to ensure technical support was available for agencies that have never partnered with OHCS or even received federal funding. And most importantly, we broadened the network of providers who serve our most vulnerable populations. ESG CV resources play a crucial role in supporting the non-congregate shelter system and bridges gaps in service delivery through activities like emergency shelter operations and essential services, including temporary emergency shelter, homelessness prevention activities, rapid rehousing activities, and street outreach. These resources also allowed many waivers and extended allowabilities that we hadn't seen in the ESG program before. So in reimagining and strengthening Oregon's shelter system under a non-congregate framework, it's proven to be successful, as we have been able to serve over 25,000 individuals since the program's inception. And now I am honored to introduce you to one of our new partners, Gwen Weisling. Gwen is the Executive Director of Bethlehem Inn, and she's going to share with us how ESG CV funding was able to impact the important work being done in one of our rural communities in Central Oregon. So without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Gwen. I can't wait to hear everything she has to tell us.
Thank you, Patricia, and thank you to all on the Housing Stability Council for the work that you do in providing help in this very important arena that we all work on this together. I am going to try and share my presentation here. Just checking to make sure that it is visible. Does everyone see it? Okay.
It's perfect, Gwen, yes.
Thank you. Well, as I had this opportunity, I just wanted to thank OHCS for the work that they have helped do, not just at Bethlehem Inn, and not just through this program, but it goes back over time as well. And really, we partner with over 70 partner agencies, and we consider OHCS a partner. And we are all part of this solution. And it is our job to work in these just varying areas of helping those that are struggling, that are most vulnerable, and bringing that hope to make measurable impacts in the lives of others. And one of my favorite quotes that I always go back to is that even if I knew that tomorrow the world would go to pieces, I would still plant my apple tree. And you are planting those seeds of hope, those seeds of resilience for individuals who by themselves may not be able to pay that electric bill or have a place to go home to. And this is something that we do that will have lasting results far beyond our lives and this year. So it is so impactful. I go back to just a glimpse in history. This looks like a Project Turnkey Motel, but it is actually the location that our first shelter came to in 2007. And we were able to purchase this property. We came in, remember what was happening in 2007? There was a little bit of worldwide stuff going on. And the economy crashed. And in 2014, we were able to purchase this building. And that was made possible by money that OHCS gave to this organization. So the ties are, and the roots go back some ways. And then of course, 2020 came through and Project Turnkey was a new opportunity for us to work on that. That old motel that you saw in the last picture, this is what it looks like now in Bend, Oregon. That is our new campus. That purchase was in 2014, and it took approximately 5 years to fund and completely rebuild. Fast forward to the pandemic and the opportunity that we didn't know we were ready for to take on another location, all happened within a year. And we are fully funded thanks to our partners and all who made that possible. It was finding a motel while we were adapting to the pandemic, keeping our residents safe, keeping them sheltered, housed, fed. And we also implemented a voucher program, which probably came through OHCS. It was through our local continuum of care neighbor impact. Prior to this, we had no direct funding at this level. It was always through our community action agency and continuum of care. So when we purchased the motel in 2021, in June, within 6 months, we were able to open and start providing shelter. And within a year, we were completed, and we even got an award, which was pretty amazing, for a Build a Better Central Oregon. So our mission is transforming lives together through shelter, help, and hope. And after we finished our Bend expansion, the board met and said, where are we going to go now? That vision was to build this campus to serve this population. And we know that we can end homelessness. I think we've created a lot of the situations that have created homelessness. So we are working very hard to see, not just here in Central Oregon, but throughout the region and throughout the state, that we can do this together. We cannot do this alone. Part of the values, they are not just the what, but how we do the work we do through compassion, equity, empowerment, integrity, collaboration, and always accountability. We hold our residents accountable for the work they do, and we hold ourselves accountable to those that help us do the work. This actually happens to be on Halloween, they dressed up as diversity and brought that in. And there's diversity at many different levels throughout our organization. And we celebrate that, and we take care of everyone, meeting them where they're at, and addressing the traumas and the challenges that folks experiencing homelessness go through. So here we are, the before and after. Project Turnkey in Redmond looks a lot like the old one that we had here in Bend, so it had some familiarity. And we were able to start this and move forward in the midst of still keeping our shelter in Bend open, and opening this one, like I mentioned, a year ago while we were still under construction. And at the time, the project took on a life of its own because of the pandemic and the supply chain issues and the funding. But the overall construction truly made, on the far right corner is that dining room that we needed to create, because our residents, if we're going to house up to 88 people, we needed a place to feed them and a place for them to have, community and outside of just their living quarters. The left-hand quarter is our management team, our leadership team that has been with the organization for most of them over a decade. So as we continue to, find the beds, the closets, and take care of putting things together, this is the facility itself. The entire bottom floor. We grapple with the fact, well, let's make them all shelter spaces for people to sleep. And once again, we needed to know what our capacity was, and to expand and have 88 rooms. It made sense, and we have this beautiful commercial kitchen and a dining community space. We have ADA rooms. We also create a lounge for each floor of the facility, so that the residents can watch TV while they do their laundry, and then we provide the laundry and the linens for them while they're staying with us. And this is pretty much the top floor. We have a lounge there as well, and a clothing room. So this is about the building, but more importantly, really, it's about the space, the safety, the sense that people on Thanksgiving, we write out notes from our residents and say, what are you grateful for? And the first person that spoke to me talked about the smiling faces, the people that care, and the fact that she feels safe. And she went on to talk to me about how her son, who she was staying with, was abusing her. And she said she had no idea what elder abuse was. And now she's here, and she feels like there's a sense of belonging, and that people care, and through the community, which makes such an important difference. Want to touch a little bit also on the outcome-driven performance measures that were mentioned earlier, because this is the important piece about, we want to provide shelter, help, and hope, but how do we measure that? How do we help people see that they're making progress? This is our fiscal year from July to June. So the Redmond figures here, 416 were in Bend and 31 were in Redmond. That's from the December when we opened through June, of 31 individuals that we were able to serve, 912 bed nights. Those are just the numbers of who we served, but our matrix that we use, and this came from the Arizona evaluation on homelessness which is now approved by HUD, through a matrix of 5 different domains that we measure when people come in. It's what is their shelter status? So that's a 1. The most you can score is a 1, or the least you can score is a 1. The most you can score is 5. It's health, it's income and employment, it's well-being and safety. So when somebody comes in, that score, raw score, is 13, and when they leave, they're showing an average increase of 4 points on that scale. So that is showing that while not everyone achieves housing, we're helping them to be insured. We're helping to get them connected to resources and setting them up so that they have a sustainability of resources and networks when they leave. And that is for our next steps, which is our individual program and our families program as well. And another program that's a ready to rent. So if somebody does have a job, they have income, and all of a sudden they have an opportunity to move in, do they have the identification? Do they have the deposit? Do they have an eviction on their record that they need somehow expunged? Or, you know, the different areas that we can help them be prepared is all the more important to show that they're making measurable progress during what is a temporary stay. An average stay is about 30, during COVID, it's about 40 days. And, but folks can come up to 120 days in the shelter. And this is kind of a budget assumption, just knowing how much is needed. Funding, over half of the $680,000 we got helped to complete the project. So it was for that renovation and rehabilitation of the facility. And the other half is for our operational needs. And in 2018, we had a staff of 22. We're currently looking at twice that. In 2018, our entry-level wage was $13 an hour. At the beginning of this fiscal year, it was 18, it's now 20. And the caliber is also needed in order for that case management, that interaction with our residents, understanding, and we want to pay more. We feel our staff are incredible professionals and deal with some very challenging situations on a daily basis. And all of that said, we do this because the community started this organization back in 1999. They saw the challenge, and we have stepped up to that challenge. And through the ESG funds, you know, what took us 5 years to do in Bend, we were able to do in 1 year in Redmond, and have been welcomed and are so excited to be expanding into that next community. And Jim, oh, this is Susan. Oh, there he is. Jim, one of our wonderful volunteers. He faced so many different challenges. He'd been to the inn on a number of occasions, really struggled keeping a job, and just needed to get the help, needed a safe place to be, and finally was able to get those resources, get permanent housing. And now he comes back and is a weekly volunteer at our shelter, sharing his hope and his experience with many others like him that know that there's a safe place at Bethlehem Inn. And that is my brief presentation and overview.
Thank you so much. Any comments or questions from the council?
I invite you all to come take a tour, and I will also send out a actual little tour video. I think Patricia can send that out. She has that.
Great.
That shows just the overall facility. And it's not about the facility. It's truly about the individuals, our staff, our volunteers, and you are helping to invest in that long-term resource that will be here for years to come.
Great. Thank you. Councilmember Higginbotham.
I just wanted to say thank you to Gwen for her presentation and for standing up the program at the Bethlehem Inn. What a great story and a great project, and a great way to really help transition people and transform their lives and really make a difference. So I just want to say thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Yes, I would just like to say thank you for the presentation. During the time where the state is experiencing so much homelessness or houselessness, Portland is trying to do something different. I'm just wondering if there's a possibility of putting together some other coalition, because I think you have done the work and learned some lessons and have some wisdom or guidance that you could share with others throughout the state that are trying to move this work forward.
Great. Would you be open to a connection from any one of our council members, Ms. Weisling?
Absolutely. I would
Right
be
on.
happy to share. And my mom was really excited when we were expanding into Redmond, but unfortunately she lives in Redmond, Washington. So she would like me to open one up there as well.
All right.
Yeah, I think we will always share what's been given to us and shared with us so that we can really move the dial on preventing further homelessness and ultimately understanding what we can do to solve this ever-growing problem.
Thank you. Councilmember Sandoval.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that I wish we could visit. I mean, there's so many great programs that we help fund with the Land Conservation and Development Commission. We actually travel during every meeting to different parts of the state. And last month we had a chance to visit Lincoln City and look at the, the fire recovery efforts that were happening there. It's just amazing. So I wish we could do something similar to that as the council. Just travel around the state and see, how our work affects real folks.
Thank you. Yes, I too would like to be traveling. Maybe we could send intention for the spring.
I'll take that. Thank you for that, Councilmember Sandoval. And I think collectively, council members, I will take that as an action item for us to work towards a collective effort to get out in community together.
Wonderful. Thank you. Anyone else have a comment or something to share? Councilmember Higginbotham.
Sorry, just one more shout out to Giovanni. He and I have had some really tough discussions in the last, year or so. And, he has been a breath of fresh air. He has helped us. He has helped us understand, different standpoints that we need to understand, and helped us over some hurdles. And I just want to say thank you to him, and, just appreciate that he's here. Yes.
Thank you. Anything else before we wrap this section and this meeting, I think? Thank you for the presentation. More importantly, thank you for the work, and thank you for the hands and the heart that are going into that work, right? It's, I think, as you said, Ms. Weisling, it's not actually the bricks and mortar. It's what caused the bricks and mortar to happen, and it's what's happening in the bricks and mortar that actually is changing our lives and our communities. So want to appreciate all of that. And I will take this moment where this is our December meeting. We're coming to the end of the calendar year, and I just want to acknowledge that whatever your religious traditions and practices are, however you celebrate, observe the holy days that you may engage in at the end of the year, I hope for everyone on the council, everyone at OHCS, and everyone who's listening here, that they are wonderful and memorable and life-giving and supportive, and the best everything, whatever it is you celebrate, the best everything that is possible to be. It's a privilege and an honor for me to be a part of this council, to be a part of this team and this work. And I am thrilled and looking forward to where we're going to go next in January. So I'll close out with that. And actually, Director Bell, I want to give you the chance to have the last word before we close.
Thank you for that, Shirley. I've had so many words today, as I tend to have from time to time at our council meetings, but I will just echo your sentiments of appreciation all across the board. And I will just say, we are looking forward to continue to keeping our sleeves rolled up. We have a lot of challenges. The challenges are very real. And I think for collectively all of us at OHCS, we still have so much hope and optimism, and it is not blind to the challenges. We know the challenges are there and very real. And we look forward to continuing to carry a vision and a course of action. And, doing what we need to do collectively as a state to make sure people have their basic needs met. So we appreciate everybody's collective and continued commitment to this work.
Thank you. And with that, we are adjourned. We will see each other in January. Have a good end of the year.
Thank you all.